Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Today's the 10th day of June. The time is 1 o'clock, time established for the beginning of the second phase of budget presentations. Commissioner Daly and myself are present. I'm sure Commissioner Davidson will arrive shortly. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, no changes to the agenda, so we'll kick this off. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. First up today, we have the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Prosecutor Jan M. Bennett is responsible for the...
Did you have the cable?
What?
How'd you do the HD line? We're gonna use this.
That didn't work so well last time we did it.
Doesn't show up on YouTube.
Do you want me to wait a minute?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, we'll try this again. The prosecutor is one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Prosecutor Jan M. Bennett is responsible for the prosecutor's office, which is comprised of 2 main divisions, criminal and civil. The criminal division handles all felonies within Ada County and is also responsible for handling a wide variety of additional cases, including but not limited to misdemeanors, juvenile cases, and post-conviction matters. The criminal division also ensures crime victims are afforded their constitutional and statutory rights by providing support to victims through the victim witness and restitution units, as well as its work at the Ada County Victim Services Center. The criminal division also participates in drug courts, domestic violence court, mental health court, and veterans court. The civil division is engaged in a wide spectrum of government and civil practice, including litigation on behalf of Ada County and representing Ada County elected officials and departments. In addition, the Ada County Prosecutor's Office has a legal intern program with several law students working within the criminal and/or civil divisions. This office also has a grant-funded deputy prosecutor stationed at the United States Attorney's Office focused on addressing drug trafficking. Prosecutor's Office budget request is flat from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. They are requesting 1 new position and 24 salary adjustments. However, those are all funded within their budget, and they have 0 operating supplementals. So with that,
Sorry, it's not showing on the screen.
oh, it's not showing up there.
Slide it over or? It's not on. You want to duplicate? Either push your computer to do. Ended screen.
I'll let you fix it.
Did you?
That was plugged into this, or into this, so it doesn't work anymore.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Jan's up here. I would like to introduce Prosecutor Jan Bennett.
Thank you, Katie.
Well, welcome to the meeting, Jan.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to your view of the proper role of the prosecutor and the administration of justice.
Well, thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Afternoon, Chairman Beck, Commissioners Davidson and Daly, elected officials, department heads, Ada County employees, and community members who are watching us today. Thank you to the commissioners specifically and all of the Ada County elected officials for your hard work and support throughout the year. I also do want to thank Steve Rutherford from the Commissioner's Office, Trent, Tim, and his team from the Clerk's Office, Bethany and her team in HR, Stephen O'Mara and his team in IT, Bob Carney in Operations, as well as his team, not only for supporting me and helping me prepare for the FY26 budget, but also for the support that my office receives from them throughout the entire year. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present my FY26 budget this year. And I will start with how we prepare for the budget within our office. I know that there's a lot of different ways that offices and departments can go about that, but each year my team and I carefully evaluate each line item. We come from a place that we are looking at each line item in particular to make sure that we are hitting the mark of what we need. We evaluate our current needs, we anticipate future challenges and funding needs related to those challenges. We prioritize our commitment to public safety, to providing the best service to our Ada County civil clients as well as public safety. And in order to achieve these critical goals, I'm also dedicated to ensuring I can offer the women and men in my office the most competitive salaries to ensure that we meet our standards of excellence in our office and our community demands of us. I will talk more about that in a few minutes, but I want just to tell you, and I'll end with this as well, that I care deeply about my team. They work tirelessly to ensure that we meet the needs of the community, a community that counts on us in conjunction with law enforcement to keep them safe. In preparing our budget, we also look at the requirements of internal and external stakeholders and when their needs may have an impact on us and try to anticipate what we might see in the upcoming fiscal year. I do my best to ensure that we're not overfunded and that we're not underfunded, always trying to find that balance in that sweet spot so that we are always good stewards of tax dollars that are entrusted to us. My team and I carefully and critically review our year-over-year spending and analyze each line item in both our A and B budgets. I always start my analysis as a flat budget so that I am coming from that standpoint. My goal is to remain within my appropriation if I can, and my goal is to not request supplementals unless it is a last resort where I need to do that. This year, I'm pleased to share with you that my budget requests fall within my appropriation, which means I'm coming in with a flat budget and I'm not seeking additional funding for the requests. I've been able to move line items. I've moved money from B to A to accomplish what I'm requesting in my FY26 budget appropriation, which is $23,638,175. In order to evaluate our budget, we, as I mentioned, review year-over-year statistics, and I'm going to share some of those with you in a moment. We look at data both in the criminal and civil divisions. We analyze our workloads, our staffing needs, and we do our best to look for trends and also predict the future year as best we can. This year, 3 of my 4 specific requests are relating to our office needs, some of which have some impact from our external criminal justice stakeholders. So first request is to fully fund a victim witness coordinator position within my office. The second is to fund what is currently a split position, legal assistant position, and I'll share more detail with these in a moment. My third is additional funding for our Axon Justice Program, which you approved 2 budgets ago, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And lastly, I'm making a request to make line item adjustments to the Ada County Victim Services Center budget. I just wanted to make you aware, and I think you do know this from last year as well, we set up a separate department under my office for the Ada County Victim Services Center, as we have some other departments, just so that you and we can keep track of that separately so we know specifically what is happening at the center as not a separate entity, but an entity within my office, but we can track trends a little bit easier by doing that. And I've been working with our executive director over there and her team to do that. You asked all of us to relate our requests and our overall presentation to our constitutional and statutory mandates, which I will be discussing throughout my presentation. And my first request for a victim witness coordinator is grounded in my constitutional and statutory duties to afford victims enumerated rights. Over the last few years, the role in the law enforcement victim witness coordinators, I know the sheriff comes and talks to you about victim witness coordinators that work for him. The other law enforcement agencies also have victim witness coordinators, and their role has shifted from being out in the field during investigations, going out on call-outs all the time in the middle of the night and whatnot. It has shifted more to remain in the investigation phase rather than also in the courtroom. In the past, the coordinators from law enforcement have helped us to staff our courtrooms, but that they're busy in their field in the investigation phase, so we're finding that our role is increasing in the courtroom, and our need for a victim witness coordinator this year is one of my priorities. So my team has taken on most of the role in all of our cases for handling our courtroom, court hearings, court proceedings, and jury trials. And so they're taking on more cases, more duties. Our victim coordinator caseloads have been steadily increasing as this kind of shift has been shifting over the last several years. But my projections in the coming year are that our caseload is going to go up by about 42%. It's hard to predict precisely, but that is our best projection based on the data that we've looked at over the last several years. We certainly want to maintain the high standards that we expect to serve our victims. This coming fall, the magistrate court calendar is going to be restructuring so that my team will be covering on average 8 courtrooms each day. I mean, it's going to be a shifting calendar, but on average about 8 courtrooms. So first, before I get into sort of what that means for us, I want to take a moment to thank Administrative Judge Hippler, who delayed this restructure until this fall so that I could look at the impacts within my office and make any budget requests that I might need to make with that change. I did have an opportunity to determine the budget impact and making requests of the board. I don't have the current staffing to cover the court until fall because I have conditional offers out to fill a number of positions, attorney positions. So I wouldn't have been in a position to do this until fall. So I thank Judge Hippler for the opportunity to be able to manage that and navigate that until fall. Those conditional offers that we do have out for our attorneys will only be filled if they pass the state bar this summer. And so again, that's a process that will take some time, but we're very excited about the intern program and the way that they are handling the position in the internships, and we fully expect that they're all going to pass the bar, but that will put me in a position then to staff the magistrate court as restructured. So I'm not requesting additional attorney positions to staff this calendar, but I am requesting an additional support staff resources, and that's the one that I was talking about, the split position. My request with regard to the legal assistant position, right now it is split between the contract attorneys, contract cities. So I handle the contract misdemeanor cases for Garden City, Cuna, Star, and Eagle. And so I only needed an assistant to do that and a half to cover our Ada County cases. But now with this shift, I'm asking to basically fully fund an additional position. So one of the positions is going to be fully offset by revenue from the city contracts, and that amount is $26,229. The part that I'm asking from the board is $23,337 to basically take that what was a split position, make 2 positions. But because there's revenue offset from the city contracts, I only need the $26,000 from them and $23,000 from the board to navigate that additional position. This request will allow me to provide the support staff to navigate the calendar restructure and with the added benefit of streamlining the process for the auditor's office. I know and I appreciate how difficult it was for them to kind of split that. We charged, the cities for half and then we paid half. That was complicating and I appreciate their work in doing that. This will help eliminate them having to do that. And finally, as you know, my office will no longer be using the Supreme Court's Attorney Manager software system because it's not a long-term solution for our office. And IT has been diligently working with our office to stand up the new software system, which we call Case Pro. It will be a comprehensive case management solution for our office. And this additional legal assistant will also help in with the additional duties that are going to be put on our support staff in not only rolling out the new case management system, but doing what it will require them to do as we move forward into the future. And while I'm on that point, I just want to stop for a moment to thank the board, for prioritizing the software with the IT department, and to thank Stephen O'Mara and his team for prioritizing that. I know that they've had, and you have allowed them to put other projects on hold so that they could do this for us because it was an emergency. And I know you recall, I talked to you about it last year during budget about the problems that we were having, and we really needed to get away from that system. Our hope is that it will be up and running and transitioning this fall. So again, thank you very much to you and Stephen O'Mara for assisting us with that. My third request is additional funding for the Axon Justice program in the amount of $75,088. You approved the software program in the FY24 budget, and thank you for doing that. It has had an immense positive impact on our office and on managing all the things that we have to manage, from evidence to storage and kind of everything in between. It's been a game changer for us. It's had many positive impacts. We've realized multiple efficiencies, including our ability to pull multiple on-body videos into one real-time view. That has really been a positive, efficient move for us, and it's helped us in presenting our cases to the court and obviously in discovery to defense. It's also allowed us to efficiently and quickly pull transcripts, not only from the video themselves, but audio and from other sources. I think I'd mentioned at the time when I was asking for this, we can take an audio from a different source and transcribe it in real time so that we are then able to present that to the court or to the jury. The other upgrade that this will allow us to do is to obtain not only the transcripts that I just talked about, but translations. So if we have an on-body video where an officer is speaking with someone in a different language, we will be able to take that on-body video and translate into a transcript in English so that we can read it, which helps us with interpreter costs. It also helps us with the cost of having that done. Right now, it can cost upwards of $800 just to translate and transcribe a 15-minute audio or video. So with this upgrade, we'll be able to do that, and it will reduce our costs on transcripts and translations. This upgrade also to Axon will include a solution to share discovery with the state appellate public defenders, now the state public defenders. Right now, we are not able to efficiently and effectively share discovery with defense counsel, and in particular with the PD's office. When the PD's office was within Ada County, we both used the county on-base solution to move our discovery to them. Since they are no longer on our system, we are having a very difficult time efficiently and effectively and reliably providing that discovery to them. So this will eliminate those because it will provide the solution that we can send to them. It will also give us an audit trail so that we are sure that we sent the discovery. We won't have questions about that. And right now, it's taking a lot of time for us to do that. This will go much more quickly and efficiently to them. And lastly, and I think if Mr. O'Mara is in the house right now, he might actually give me a standing ovation for bringing up the fact that this request will also increase our digital storage capacity, which means that we're not going to have to host it on county servers and the cost that has been to the county. Currently, in our current situation, we're having to save several copies of the same evidence and videos on the platform, which then is additional and duplicate savings on the store, or duplicate taxing the storage in duplicate places, which takes up more of his space. So he has worked with us, Stephen has, to find ways to eliminate the duplication. This software upgrade will free up a significant amount of server space as we utilize Axon Justice offsite to store the evidence and the other data that we can store in that system without having to take up his storage. So you're welcome, Mr. O'Mara. I will be expecting that standing ovation anytime soon. Now, I would also like to share some highlights of our workloads over the last year. And just as a reminder, I keep stats from year to year, not fiscal year, so January 1 through December. It's just easier because, as you know, our caseloads are fluid. Cases that start at the end of 24 are going to continue into 25, so it just is a apples to apples evaluation year to year. So as you can see in this slide, our work is mandated by multiple constitutional and statutory provisions. The prosecutor's duties specifically are outlined in 312604, which, as Katie adequately and comprehensively outlined in her introduction, we're required to do all felonies within Ada County, whether or not they occur in the city or unincorporated county. Every felony that occurs within the county jurisdiction is my responsibility to prosecute. I'm also required to handle misdemeanors within unincorporated Ada County as well as for ISP. I discussed the responsibilities already with regard to victims' rights and what our responsibilities are in that regard. There are two very detailed statutes for restitution and specific victims' rights that we must comply with, but also the Constitution gives us an outline of what we are required to do. I also am obligated, as you can see on this slide, to handle child protection. Drug and mental health courts have a specific statute, restitution, juvenile cases, and mental holds, which covers essentially our entire office or the support that comes with those duties that are covered within our budget. So this graph shows our 5-year look. So as you recall, last year we were down, we were down a little bit in 2022, then we crept up a little bit in 2023, and this year we're 19,251 cases. And cases / workloads, I try to capture all the statistics I possibly can to include our on-call hours, which occur after hours on weekends and holidays. When we're answering calls from law enforcement to prepare warrants and provide assistance. I include all the felony cases that we review, whether they're declined cases, follow-up cases that we've sent back to law enforcement for follow-up, or whether they're cases that we filed. So I try to do a comprehensive look at the caseload and the workloads that my criminal division is doing. So again, you can see that we have crept up to 19,251 over last year, which was 18,382. I prepared a few snapshots of data, of specific data. I didn't pull every single one or I'd be up here for hours, but I thought some statistics that you might be interested in are restitution from 23 to 24. We collected in 24 almost $2 million in restitution that we then distributed back to crime victims. I will say this number kind of ebbs and flows. It can be higher or lower depending on the collection that we're getting and the cases that we're handling, but we do collect and distribute back to crime victims a significant amount of restitution year over year. Jury trials, you can see, jumped up significantly in 24. We had 260 in 23 and 292 in 24. Our days in trial, pretty close to each other, but the number of trials we were doing is significant. And then I wanted to point out our on-call hours have gone up to almost 500, over 438 the year before, which is a lot of work for that team. And they go out in the field, they wake up at 4 in the morning, they are constantly calling and talking, or law enforcement's constantly calling them and talking with them. So that's a significant amount of work that they do. I also wanted to point out a snapshot of our criminal cases. Again, I just selected a few that I thought the board might be interested in. I change this up every year just to give you a broad sense of what we do. And
Sorry about that, Jan.
can I just pull it down?
It's not touch screen.
Oh, sorry.
I turned my WebEx off. It shouldn't be there.
Thank you very much, Katie. So this year, I looked at child abuse cases that we handled this year. Again, these are cases that are going through the court system. And aggravated assault and aggravated battery, those are both felony cases. Just looked at those types of cases. DUI jumped up a little bit over 2023. And I looked at domestic violence, which is pretty close to last year, actually, one case difference. And then burglary and grand theft. And I don't need to read the numbers to you. You can look at them. But this just gives you a sense of the kinds of cases that we're handling and the volume of just these particular types of cases. As you can imagine, the criminal code has a lot of different types of crimes that we're dealing with. So these are by no means an exhaustive list, but a snapshot of what we did this last year. I also looked at our civil division workloads, which I try to report out each year to you, just so you see what we're doing in the civil division. You do have a bird's eye view of that with us because you see a lot of the work that we do for you and the other elected officials. We have been steadily increasing. Last year we had a bit of a bigger jump, but we can manage this workload within our current staffing needs in the civil division. And you know well the kinds of things that we're doing, general practice work for the board, giving legal advice to our clients, and litigation and handling a wide variety of things from giving advice on contracts to specific questions that our clients or the board might have. I wanted to talk a little bit about our vacant positions and some of the market challenges that we've seen over the last few years, but I can talk specifically about 2024. And we currently, just to give you our current position, we have 5 vacant support staff positions that we're working on getting filled, putting ads out and trying to get those filled shortly, hopefully. And then we do have 4 vacant attorney positions. We have 9 positions that I mentioned earlier are filled, but are conditional offers based on the candidates passing the bar this summer. I want to take a moment to talk about our internship program that we have had for years, but a couple of my prosecutors have worked really hard to make it an even more robust program than even in the past. We have trainings for them. They actually do some of the same type of things they did in the past, but we have some dedicated resources to help them in the training process so that they are getting a full understanding of what our duties and responsibilities are as prosecutors. So it helps them to kind of get a sense of our office, what we do. It also helps us to see what their levels are in terms of their interest and whether or not they would be a good candidate to hire for future positions. This program has done a great job to fill positions. As I said, we have 9 that we are filling through our internship program and other opportunities, externships that we have as well. And so, thank you, Katie.
Sorry about that.
That's okay, no worries. So with that, I just want to say thank you to my team of prosecutors who work on that and have made it a successful program. Nonetheless, it is also of great importance to me that our salaries across our office are competitive to the legal market. For example, I became aware just recently in the last few weeks that the state public defender has a starting salary now of $90,000 for their starting public defenders. So as always, that's a comp that we look at, that we try to stay competitive with. Our salary starting right now is $80,185. And so I just want to make the board aware of that that's a constant challenge for us, and I'm constantly working to address that, not only as I come to you in the budget years, but midterm if I can, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So when I took over our office about a little over 10 years ago now, one of my goals was to create a career path for our prosecutors and support staff. And I have worked since then to develop attorney and support staff levels for development and promotion. I've been able to minimize the overall impact to my budget by using salary savings to accomplish this. And that savings is often created by turnover, such as retirements or resignations, But part of our turnover also includes people who leave for higher salaries. As you can see, that ever-evolving market is something that we have to pay attention to. And you can see on this slide that our special salary adjustments from last year came in various forms. We had adjustments to the base pay, which occurs when somebody resigns or retires. And we also had conditional pay removals because we eliminated conditional pay for positions that were on call to cover our reception area. We no longer needed that, so we eliminated that. So that was part of our adjustments from last year. You can also see on this slide the various types of salary adjustments that we made last year mid-year, as a result of the base pay adjustments. For example, we try to hire, if we can, not always, lateral positions where people may have more experience doing the work, and then we should be paying them at a higher level for their experience to justify that higher salary. This year, I used adjustments to reclassify positions to staff our Ada County Victim Services Center and reclassify an attorney position. We made market adjustments where needed for attorney positions. We had several internal promotions, so we promote based on the career pathing that I talked about, and when people are at that level that they can take on additional duties and responsibilities. Some of our mid-years were to apply the merit holdback. I think we had several employees that hadn't worked with the county long enough at the time that the fiscal year that we were allowed to use merit, and we were able to do those down the line per the guidelines from the board. And then we also identified, along with the help of the HR department, that there were several adjustments that needed to be made for internal equity. I just point out to the board that we always do work with HR on this. We obtain their review and approval before moving it forward. And I really wanted to thank, again, specifically Bethany and her team who worked with us, and frankly, who has worked with us for the last 10 years, because I think Bethany was at the helm of HR back then when I started this process, and she and her team they all have really helped me to be able to accomplish a lot of those goals. I will say we continually look at this so that we stay competitive and meet the needs of our staff and the community. And this is, in addition, just the historical background that I provided about the last 10 years of working with the board and with HR. But I also wanted to thank this board and the prior boards for their support in me accomplishing what I set out to do over 10 years ago. So it will be critically important for us to continue to be able to do that because of your support in making these mid-year adjustments. It also allows me the ability to reduce the need for supplemental requests because I'm able to make these adaptations in a fluid situation that's often unpredictable throughout the year. I cannot always predict when I'm going to have a retirement or a resignation, so the board allowing us that flexibility, I greatly appreciate. As I mentioned earlier, it helps us to make sure that we can retain and recruit our team. The last thing that I would point out about turnover is how costly it is. I have spent a lot of time training, and we have as a team prosecutors, and then when they leave, they take all that training with them, and we have to start over. So it's time-consuming and costly for the county, for my office. So I do whatever I can to make sure that I'm recruiting and retaining the best and the brightest, because I also believe that that serves our community the very best. With that, I want to summarize my priorities and the positions that I'm asking for and the adjustments that I'm asking for in my budget between A and B. I would note the total amount is $218,640, which there's a net decrease to my B budget. As I mentioned, we have shifted money from B within B, but then also some money from B to A to cover the requests that fall in the A budget. So you can see that here. I also wanted to point out that I'm within my appropriation and not requesting supplemental, but I am asking for the flexibility to be able to make these changes within my budget. Lastly, I wanted to talk about, I know that the board is looking at merit and COLA, and I know there'll be further discussions down the road about that. I am in favor of merit and COLA, and certainly, I know as you probably next week, as you're getting closer to making final decisions, will ask us to weigh in on that. But I am in favor of that or some combination of COLA and merit. I do think, again, to stay competitive with an ever-changing, evolving market is critically important, and would certainly ask the board to approve that. And I know you are very focused on that, and that you also believe and support the concept of paying our employees what they should be paid, and I appreciate it, and on behalf of my office, I know they do as well. So, no supplemental, fully funded within our appropriation. With that, I want to move on to the capital project that I requested for the Victim Center. This request is almost $185,000. Specifically, you can see the $184,850. As you know, I did present this request to the Transformation Board, and it was prioritized through that Transformation Board process as number one priority for capital projects. I do sit on the Transformation Board, so I have an opportunity, to see all the projects that come through over the last many years. I can't remember how long I've been on it now, I think since its inception. I do want to thank the Operations Director, Carney, and his team for assisting us with the plans for this project. As you have seen, and you've been over there, and thank you for that, I want you to know that we have been growing both in the number of partners, staff, and resources, but also in the numbers of people that we are serving, our most vulnerable crime victims. As you can see in the slide here, and you can see from the ceiling in particular, there are a lot of soundproofing issues at the center. This one on the left, top left, is the ceiling in the community room. The bottom right is also part of the ceiling on both sides of, there's a kind of a semi-wall in between is the ceiling. And so, I don't know, does this have a little button that can laser? Just want to show one spot. I'm scared to touch it now.
You could show it with the
Can I
mouse.
do with the mouse?
Yeah.
Okay, with the mouse, can you see that? All right, so this room right here is right now storage, but that wall behind it is a child therapy room. And so what has been happening is if you're in the community room, you can hear potentially what's going on in the child therapy room and vice versa. So if you're in the therapy room, you can hear what's happening sometimes in the community room. And so we really wanted to eliminate that. It became an issue this year that was brought to my attention. And so based on that, we asked operations to help us with ideas about how we might solve that problem. So our plan is to pull some ceiling tiles down to help, and I don't have the technical term, sorry, Bob, if you're here or you're listening, for what that is, but the bottom line, it will soundproof so that it captures the sound so it's not coming down into the community room and across into this other area, storage room back here. And also we want to move the child therapy room to this upper, you can see right here, this upper right photo. We want to put a wall in that room so we have the teen therapy on one side and the child therapy on the other side. This all is soundproofed very well right now, so it shouldn't be, it should not create issues back and forth. Bob and his team are well aware of our needs and have had the design so that it will not be a problem that we're hearing voices back and forth, especially when we're talking about therapy, which is very confidential. We don't want anyone else hearing that. So we want to eliminate any opportunity for that to happen, any of that negative potential problems with confidentiality. So we're moving it to the other side of the building and creating that space for them. It will also free up some of this area in this bottom photograph so that we can add, we're going to put the storage kind of back to the back of it for tables that we're constantly taking tables and chairs back and forth into the community room. It will make that a little bit better space for that. And then we're going to have a space for a counter so that we can, when we have proclamations, big events, trainings, we do a lot of community awareness events. We did an open house recently. We can have a place to put food and other things on that counter and then make the community room a little bit bigger and more user-friendly. The other soundproofing thing that we're doing, we are going to soundproof all the walls in the community room. As the architects and Bob pointed out, there's a lot of reverberation in that room because it's just brick. And between the ceiling and the walls, that's why we're having soundproofing issues. So that's how we're going to handle addressing that issue. I think you saw the last time you were there for a proclamation that we changed the configuration of how we put events in that room. That's a better fit. So Bob is going to make sure that our technology will match the new configuration to the community room. As part of reviewing this in the Transformation Board, I want to thank Trent and Steve Rutherford for pointing out that there might be another funding option for us for this. And so the LATC grant funds, which is the local assistance and tribal consistency funds, are a potential option for us to fund this without using Ada County tax dollars. And literally, that would mean we could pull it off the Transformation Board prioritization, which again would take that out of your need to do the prioritization with the other Transformation Board projects. I really appreciate Trent and Steve bringing this to my attention, and we think that it would be a good use for that fund. And certainly, as part of the deliberation process, as you're looking at Transformation Board, we can talk more about that, and I'm certainly happy to provide additional information on that as needed, but we do think that this is a great option for this project. The other thing that it would do is allow us to start sooner rather than waiting for the new fiscal year when the budget turns over. If it's not part of the Transformation Board new fiscal year process, we could start sooner rather than later, which would also be a great benefit to us and to the community. I wanted to take a moment to update the board on the partners at the Ada County Victim Services Center. So we still have and always have our anchor St. Luke's Cares and medical services for child abuse victims. We also have our St. Luke's and St. Al's sexual assault domestic violence team, who victims receive medical services from their partnership. The Ada County law enforcement in our community, the WCA. I also wanted to talk about Terry Riley. Terry Riley has come in, I think, about a year now. They've been there about a year, and they're doing a phenomenal job with counseling. They counsel child abuse victims and caregivers, as well as adult sexual assault victims. The Idaho Department of Health and Welfare, Adult Protective Services, the Assistance League of Boise, Tanta Inc., which is fairly new to us. They provide counseling for domestic violence and stalking victims. I also want to thank Idaho Legal Aid, who is also, through partnership with the WCA, is also helping our victims at the center, the Idaho Network of Child Advocacy Centers, and our Ada County partners, which is my office, the Board of Commissioners, and the paramedics who have a partnership with us as well to work with domestic violence victims and bring them to the Ada County Victim Center. Additionally, some community partners that are maybe not on your radar, the Idaho Youth Ranch, our executive director, Trina Allen, and her staff, Michelle Bandy, who's also deputy director, have worked hard to try to come up with a way to use the Idaho Youth Ranch program for employment, to help victims obtain employment. So we're still working on that. It's a work in progress, but I really appreciate the thoughtful approach to that and providing another service for our victims. So we'll have more to come on that. We also partner with Boise State University, with CASA, with the Idaho Victim Witness Association, with our local school districts. So Trina and her team are out there all the time raising awareness about what we do at the center. And I wanted to provide just a snapshot of some of the basics. I know you heard our partners and what they're doing, but we also have safety planning, classes and support groups, case management, protection order assistance, court filing clinics. The court filing clinics have been wildly successful. They're typically an opportunity for Idaho Legal Aid, the WCA, and others to kind of help victims through the non-criminal process of the court system. That we want to add more of those into the future, and hopefully with more resources, we can grow that program into the future because it's been very successful and it's something that our victims are asking us for. We also do training for the partners, and we go out into the community, and Trina and her team have been going across Ada County to raise awareness about not only the types of cases that we handle, to raise awareness, for example, about domestic violence, child abuse, but also to raise awareness specifically about what we offer at the center so that we can provide and expand those services across Ada County. So thank you, Trina, and your team, Michelle, and the team for all the work that you do. So I want to end my Victim Center update with some news from March of 2025. Terry Riley added a patient navigator to the services that they provide at the center. And so I don't need to read this to you, but I happened to be over at the center the other day, and I met the patient navigator, and she was so excited about the work that is going on at the center with all the partners. She was also excited about her role. And so she sent me a note, and I wanted to share it with you. We kind of we eliminated some of the background story, just protecting any victims or anything, but this is the core of what she was saying about how wonderful that program is and the web of support that she feels is so important for victims and families as they come into the center and navigate a difficult time in their life. I also want to close my presentation by thanking my amazing team, both at the prosecutor's office and at the Ada County Victim Services Center. They truly do inspire me every single day, and I am incredibly proud of them. And these are a few notes of things that were sent to us over the last year. Again, I could fill pages, but I think the sentiments in this kudos slide tell you how much the work that my team does means not only to the victims, but to the community. And I think you can see the impact that murder cases have on their families from this slide. And with that, I stand for any questions. And I don't know if I went over time, and I apologize if I did.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your presentation, and I think that most everything in your office is a mandate from the state, I believe.
Yes, almost
It's
everything.
safe to say that.
Safe to say, yeah. There's some support things that, may not be written in the statute, but
Well, they
certainly.
don't have to actually be written in the statute, because I think as the county, as we do the mandates, fortunately, they don't go right through the law and say how to do it. That's part of what we're supposed to do is to figure out how to do it, but it's nevertheless still a mandate of the state.
Yes,
And,
correct.
I want to congratulate you. I think you've done a great job with your office, and I'm particularly pleased with because we all went through that transition of the Ada County Victim Services Center. I think that's running well, at least as far as I can see. And everyone seems to be happy to be there and providing the services to those people that need the services in the community. And it's one of the bright spots, I think, in our community when they're in a traumatic situation like that, they have a place they can go.
Yes, thank you very much.
And I think that's a real positive. But I did have a couple of questions, however.
Yes.
You mentioned there's some changes in the judiciary on the arrangement. What are the changes?
Oh, it is the court calendar schedule, so it's not necessarily changes in the judiciary, but in the court calendar and how cases work through the system. So we'll be appearing in front of more judges across different courtrooms. So we just need to realign our prosecutors. But I did not have the staff to do that at the time. That
Are they realigning the civil with the criminal somehow, or are they going to Because they're not adding no judges. I
No,
know
no
that, right?
added judges, no. It's just changing the calendar and, when cases are heard in the court and at what time, like morning, afternoon. Very, I don't know, technical, I guess, to meet the court needs. And, certainly we can staff it and we'll make it work. We just have to make adjustments. So I don't know that it's so much, it's not adding judges or,
Just the calendaring.
Just the calendaring,
Situation.
yes,
Okay, well,
yep.
I was a little
and
confused.
Judge Hippler can correct me if I'm wrong on anything I just said, but that's my understanding. I've looked at the calendar and I know we just have to adjust to it and figure out the way
All
to
right.
do it, which we're happy to do.
And you brought up one of the issues that I wanted to ask you about already in your presentation, and that is, it's been quite a transition from the state to the state of public defense. For instance, just in the appropriation, all the counties, ending September 30th of last year, the counties were all doing the public defense. And the total budget all across the state was $48 million for that service. This year, their appropriation was $83 million. Now, initially, they were having trouble showing up for all their cases. Is that still happening, or are they kind of catching up? Because you know that because you got prosecutors there going,
Yeah, correct. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so I think that it's smoothed out. I can't say that everything is, 100% at this point, but I think it has smoothed out. I think we're administering justice. I haven't seen lately that we've had a lot of issues. We have our point folks in the PD's office who we talk to if we have issues, and so we work with them, and fingers crossed as we move forward that we continue to do the excellent job as we do here in Ada County administering justice.
yeah. And one of the things I noticed, and you brought it up, is with that gigantic, because part of their appropriation was a supplemental appropriation, so they could immediately start spending the money. And one of it is the huge increase in starting pay for their new lawyers. And of course, I wondered, well, how would that reverberate to our prosecutor's office? And you've already mentioned that's going to have some impact because the starting salary went up dramatically for the public defense to $90,000. It had never been that high before, and that has had an impact on your recruitment and retention, hasn't it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think it will. It just, as far as I could tell, it just went out, so may not have seen the direct impact that I can provide statistics, but yes, absolutely, it will impact us. And again, as I mentioned, with any mid-years I can do, with anything I can do throughout the year, I will do my best to try. Obviously, with any merit and COLA, that certainly goes a long way. But as you know, when you raise the starting salary, then you have compression all the way up. And so it isn't as though that starting salary solves the problem, because now you have compression with your attorneys up the levels. And so we have to be mindful of that as well, so that we address that as we have in the past. I have a lot of experience doing that. Like I said, 10 years ago, really made a concerted effort to try to navigate all these issues with Bethany and her team. And I feel like I understand it a lot more now than I did then. So I can say that, yes, it will have an impact, and we will have to adjust throughout the year, most likely, to try to be able to navigate that jump in starting salary for a competitive market.
And I think, I don't know how they'll implement that, but starting salaries is one thing, but they have a range of skill and tenure and salaries, and that makes a big difference. And of course, I think they were suffering through the same thing. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
Regarding the contracts we have with the other cities to do the prosecution for them, how do you determine how much to charge on those? How's it going? And how do you determine it's in the best interest of Ada County to take on those other cities' prosecutions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Davidson. Excellent question. I have really honed in the way that I go about how to charge and what to charge, and it's based on our cases, the number of cases. And how I'm doing it now is I average over a 3-year period the number of cases that each city is sending to us and figure out the monetary value for that, what resources I need to cover it. And then we do a percentage of the average amount to the cities based on their case numbers. So, and I can certainly show you graphs and how I do that. It took me a while to figure out the best way to make sure that I was covering all the costs to Ada County. And I think the mayors now that I've had time, because it took me a few years to figure out how to do that properly and appropriately so that we're charging the right amount, not too much, not more than we should. And they're pleased with the way that I do that. It's transparent. They understand it. It's percentages, case numbers and percentages. So it's working out well for us now. And I did think about whether that would be a benefit to Ada County for us to do the contracts. Where I ultimately came down on that is because the sheriff is doing, other than Garden City, the sheriff is doing all the other contracts. We work really well together. We have a system already in place for the transfer of information back and forth from us to them through the sheriff, through our other duty, through the caseloads that we handle for him. And so it made a lot of sense for him for efficiency, but also for us for efficiency, so that we're much more nimble and able to handle adjustments as they're coming through. When we get police reports, it's seamless versus having the sheriff go through somebody else where it's not as seamless, or us having to track down reports, supplementals or whatever to deal with that. So because we work together, I think that it's working out really well. And I also would say, I think there's consistency in how our office handles those cases, because we do, we have a consistent process across the board. So, we're handling them all the way that we handle every case, whether it's a city case or an Ada County case. You have the best and the brightest that we have to offer working on those cases. So I think that's also a benefit to Ada County and the cities.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, go ahead. You got questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple of comments and then questions. First of all, thank you for the Victim Center especially, because I think I've told you this before, that that's unique for our community, and having dealt with it when I was in other jurisdictions, we have a unique situation here that dealing with it in a unique way, which is really a great way we do it. So in that regard, thank you for finding ways to address the remodel that we probably need to do, but a way to fund it in a different way. So thank you for exploring that as well. But operationally at the center, because we did make some transition, as the chairman said. So, are there things that we need to be helping with, or that need to be done there in an operational sense? My sense in going to their open houses, it's functioning really well. We have new partners, et cetera. So are there other things we need to be doing?
Okay. Chairman Beck, Commissioner Daley, first of all, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it very much. It's an amazing place, and we have a great team over there. Operationally, I believe that we are in a very, very good place. We have open communication, transparent communication with the partners. We meet at an executive level quarterly with the leadership of all the partners come together and meet. We sit around a table and we talk about what are the issues so that we can address anything right then and there. Certainly, you're welcome to come to those meetings. I think Chairman Beck has been to one, but you're more than welcome to come and see what we do. We were able to create our mission, vision, and values for the center, working with that leadership team, and I think it took basically 3 short meetings, and we had it like that. So that everyone's engaged, working very well. I don't see any concerns operationally, and if there have been, which very few and far between, they come to us, to Trina, to me, to anyone, to Shauna, and we do our best to address whatever they are. But as I stand here, I can't really think of one because I think it's going very smoothly.
So how do you view the mandates, which we ask you to review, everybody to review, the mandates that, and as the chairman said, basically everything you do is a mandate, but it's the level of service. So what's happened with public defense, because both sides of the equation in defense, prosecution and defense, both have to be robust in order for our criminal justice system to function properly, as you're clearly aware. So how do you view that progressing in terms of your needs, how you've addressed them in the budget, and your interface into the future with public defense as well as prosecution part?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Daly, first of all, yes, everything for the most part, again, is mandated statutorily or constitutionally. I'm proud to do what I do and to work with the team that I work with. I think that we are the best and the brightest. We do an amazing job, and I couldn't ask for a better team. So I think we do focus internally to make sure that we are meeting the expectations of the community, of the commissioners, and frankly, of my expectations, which are high, that we do outstanding work. So yes, there can be impacts from the state public defender system. We have to navigate that. We have to work to make sure that we're, understanding what the issues are, but we try really hard to not let those external things impact the way that we do our job. And we do it well, and we do it well every day. And we navigate any challenges. We meet, we talk, and if there are issues that we think need to be raised with the public defender, we have contact people in the office here in Ada County. Certainly, I could reach out to Mr. Frederickson myself if I thought that I needed to do that. So I think those things can and will hopefully eventually work themselves out. But as far as us, the things that I think could impact our salaries, things like that we're going to have to keep an eye on, recruitment, because we don't make anything. We don't, we're not IT. We are all about our people. We have to have the best and the brightest. My B budget are things I need to support the A budget, but really what is where the rubber meets the road and what is our critical mission is driven by people. And so that's where I see the challenge, is making sure that I can recruit and retain the very, very best to meet the standards that are required of me, of my community, what my community demands, but also what prosecution requires. The ethics, the integrity, all the things that go with being a prosecutor, we need to maintain those standards.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
One more. In terms of, and your personnel, because some of these things that you said you've taken care of internally, I'd like to visit with you in more detail about that in terms of some of that stuff that's there, that's just up for approval, as it were. At some point in time, this isn't the forum to do that, but at some point in time, sit down and talk to you about how you did some of that.
Sure, absolutely happy to, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly.
Or proposing to do some of that, I guess is better. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you.
I think we can excuse you.
All right.
We appreciate your information and the work you do for the county.
Thank you all. I appreciate it, Commissioners. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. No, you're fine. Thank you. No, I appreciate you. Take care. Bless you.
Okay.
Looks like she's bumping up her mid-year adjustments. That's all that is, isn't it?
That's why I wanted to talk.
Yeah. Well, I looked through it. That's what looked to me like was happening. I went, oh, she's getting around it. She's just doing it now.
that meeting on my calendar too.
I don't oppose it, her doing it, because if it's well within the salary range, that's my point. And that's part of the reason we asked him to do that.
It's weird.
Next up, we have procurement. Ada County Procurement is led by Director Bob Perkins, CPPO, CPPB, NIGP-CPP,
You missed some.
and performs essential procurement services for all Ada County offices and departments. In accordance with the board's procurement policy, they are responsible for the procurement of all county supplies, equipment, services, and construction in excess of $7,500. Procurement is also responsible for the management of the county's fleet and the disposition of county surplus. Procurement's mission is to secure the maximum value for each taxpayer dollar. They do this by instituting efficient internal processes and best practices combined with outreach efforts to help local businesses understand the county's procurement needs. So procurement's budget as submitted is $101,000 over allocation. They have $95,000 in personnel supplemental requests and one operating supplemental for $6,500. At this point, I'd like to introduce Bob Perkins.
Good afternoon, Bob. Does she have all the letters that's supposed to be on there?
I think we got him covered there.
I got you get them covered. Okay. Good. Welcome, Bob. Appreciate your efforts. I'm looking forward to seeing your budget presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. And good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time this afternoon. And I look forward to walking you through our Procurement Department budget for FY26. I know our time is short here, and while I'm up here, I want to have the opportunity to thank a few folks. And first and foremost, I want to thank the board for all your help and support through the years. You have been the biggest champions for procurement and for fleet management in supporting our needs and our resources to make Ada County Procurement one of the best procurement programs in the United States. So thank you for your help and support. I also want to thank Chief Operating Officer Steve Rutherford and the board staff for all of their help throughout the year. And I want to thank our amazing HR team for all their help and work with some of our market analysis for our positions and all the work that they've done for us. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention IT and Operations Department and all that they do to keep our operations running for procurement. And I want to thank the clerk's office for all the budget help. So I really appreciate that. And also a quick shout out to the grants team. They've helped us tremendously throughout this last year with all of our federal projects. And a huge thanks to the Civil Attorney's Office. I really appreciate all of their help and collaboration throughout the year. And also a quick thank you to all of our clients that we work with day in and day out. They are truly a pleasure to work with. And finally, I want to thank my amazing procurement staff that makes everything we do seem easy, and I can assure you it's not. So pictured in this slide is my amazing procurement staff. Our team's mission in procurement is to secure the best value for the county and to be prudent with taxpayer dollars. We do this by investing in our core values, which are integrity, trust, value, and accountability. Each day my staff walks through these doors with their purpose-driven with these mission and value statements. They find ways to make sure that the county is getting the best value and the highest level of professionalism. So some notable highlights for FY25 that I want to cover in my presentation today include the county's ERP system. We have many projects also in our queue right now that I'd like to highlight some of those. We have several areas where procurement has saved county dollars throughout the year. And over the last few years, procurement's racked up a few awards and recognitions that I'd like to touch on. And then finally talk a little bit about fleet management. So the implementation of Oracle ERP, also known as Ada Central, was a huge lift for the county in 2024. We moved from a homegrown system to a state-of-the-art ERP system. The system itself is a major shift in how expenditures are handled financially for the county. Every single expenditure requires a purchase order. As such, this increased our purchase order volume in our department. It increased it significantly for FY24, but even more so in FY25. I will show a couple slides of the impact in a moment. That being said, from a procurement standpoint, we are seeing a majority of the expenditures in the county, and this is a good thing. This allows our staff to review the purchases more closely for accuracy, compliance with Idaho code and county policy. Additionally, we are seeing data that we hadn't had an opportunity to see before in the old system. So what that allows us to do is we've been able to consolidate independent contracts into master agreements. We've been able to move procurements to cooperative contracts for better pricing and value. We've also been able to help avert problems before they even happen, such as duplicate payments. And we're also able to assess risk on a better level. So with the implementation of Ada Central FY24, we saw the biggest increase in purchase order volume for that year with 14,216 total POs. That was 162% more than FY23, a record year by far. However, year to date for FY25, we are at 11,356 requisitions, which is 20% more than last year at this time. And we are on pace to see 17,000 requisitions come through our door this year. So in terms of purchase order spend, those 11,356 requisitions year to date equal $115.5 million. In comparison, we spent $110 million in all of FY24. So we are on track to process right around 140 million in purchase orders this next year. That's a 438% increase from spend from just a couple years ago. All right, switching gears to some of our county projects. We are currently at 67 projects for the year, which puts us 20% ahead of this time last year. We're on pace to have right around 90 projects run through our department this year. The estimated spend on these projects will total close to $60 million, and we have helped out on some amazing projects for the county this last year. Some of these projects include, of course, the park at Expo Idaho. This is a once-in-a-lifetime park that will benefit our community for generations to come. We also helped out with the auction for the lease of Expo Fields. This will eventually become home for Boise Soccer. And we helped out with the Ada County Landfill Education and Outreach Center. This will be opening sometime in the fall and will showcase the engineering and science that goes into a landfill. Also, Expo Idaho Paving and Lighting Circuit Project. This is a new pavement and lighting project for Expo that will help with the Expo parking. And then finally, the coroner's office imaging lab remodel. This is to house a state-of-the-art CT scanner for the coroner. Additionally, in FY25, we had ARPA funding that ended on December 31st, 2024. A few of these projects that were funded included the landfill leachate treatment project, which allows the leachate to be treated and not hauled off site. Elections office and warehouse remodel. This remodel will significantly help with staff and elections equipment. And Barber Park EMS and Weed and Pest rooftop unit replacements. While not the glamorous projects previously mentioned, it's very important nonetheless in the continued investment into our county buildings. So I want to touch a little bit on county savings. With an eye towards value, the procurement department strives to save county dollars on every project that we're involved with. With regards to project savings, we try to shoot for 6 to 10% savings. That's kind of that sweet spot between where a project's been properly budgeted and we're able to still add savings. In FY24, we were able to save 29% from our projects, and so far in FY25, we're right about 28% in savings. For items that are no longer needed for the county, we use auctions to surplus the items. We typically see anywhere between $20,000 to $60,000 in auction proceeds in a year. This year alone, we were standing at $113,000 in proceeds back to the county. A lion's share of these proceeds are because of vehicle sales, and Ken Sinclair, our fleet manager, will talk a little bit more about his auctions in his presentation. So Ada County Marketplace continues to help internal offices and departments with their office equipment needs. For those unfamiliar with Marketplace, this is an internal webpage where offices and departments can offer up used office supplies, office equipment, and other items no longer needed by that office or department. So they were able to put this out on our website, and other offices and departments who are looking for items can go there to have those items reallocated to them, as opposed to going out and buying new. Over the course of the last few years, we've seen more and more use of Marketplace, and all totaled, about $125,000 has been reallocated back into the county. So I want to talk a little bit about statutorily required work. So on the county's website is a news release regarding programs and services that counties must statutorily provide. And the work we do in procurement is to keep the county purchases in compliance with Idaho code, and also to keep in compliance with our county purchasing policies. The laws are there to ensure accountability, fairness, and trust in our procurement processes. 100% of what we do in procurement is mandated by statute. Even though mandated, we still put customer service as the #1 priority in our department. We are statutorily mandated to follow the procurement laws in Title 67, Chapter 28, Purchases by Political Subdivisions, and Title 54, Chapter 19 for Public Works Construction. Fleet management doesn't have the same requirements that are statutorily imposed, but nonetheless, it is just as important to have a managed approach to fleet for accountability of assets and the safety of our fleet. Just a few years ago, the county was without a strategic approach, and it showed. We had 1990-era vehicles in our fleet, vehicles that were dilapidated, and vehicles that were purchased without a cohesive plan for form or function. Today, we are in a much better place with our fleet manager forging the path forward for better fleet management, and it would be difficult to find a county of our size and maturity that doesn't have a fleet management approach. So on to my favorite part of the budget presentation, and that's a proud moment as a director, is staff recognitions from this past year. So up on this slide, we have Evan Amadin and Robin Swaney. Evan and Robin passed their CPP exams and are now NIGP CPP professionals. So they're on track to get as many acronyms behind their name as I have. They are both duly certified with their Certified Professional Public Buyer and NIGP CPP. Most of our procurement staff is certified professionally for those that are eligible. It really shows the level of dedication and commitment from my team and their engagement in the profession. I also want to make mention, for the 4th year in a row, Ada County Procurement was awarded the National Procurement Institute's Achievement of Excellence in Procurement. We are the first and only government agency in Idaho to receive this award, and only one of 179 agencies nationwide and in Canada that got this award. We are judged on best practice criteria and measured by our demonstration of exceeding the highest standards in innovation, professionalism, productivity, e-procurement, and leadership. This award really sums up the dedication my staff has towards being the best that we can be, and we'll know come July if we can make it year number 5. I want to talk a little bit about some increases for costs for procurement. Procurement's insurance premiums increased 92% for FY26, and we are able to absorb this in our current budget and will not be asking for a supplemental for this increase. I wanted to let the board know that while we're able to absorb the increase for insurance, procurement's overall budget is pretty skinny. And anytime we have an ask, it's by way of a supplemental. So with that, I'd like to jump into our budget requests. So my final slide for you is our budget request for FY26. I'm asking for a 5% salary adjustment for 2 of our procurement officers that were professionally accredited with the NIGP CPP. The special salary adjustment was reviewed and approved by HR and is consistent with our past practices of rewarding employees that put in the hard work and dedication to becoming professionally certified. There is also a market adjustment for the director that was requested by the board. And this year, we are looking at, or hopeful to look at another fleet replacement. Last year, you approved $1.875 million for fleet replacements, and our fleet manager was able to replace several old, high-mileage, high-maintenance vehicles. And this year, we would like to continue the same with an additional $1.35 million. I believe last year the budget was originally proposed to be at $1.6 million, but our fleet manager prioritized his list and was able to pare down the ask to $1.35 million. Ken will talk a little bit more about that in his budget presentation here following shortly. Also, as you can see on my slide and in my budget request, there is a request for a new buyer position and the accompanying budget for computer and office furniture. I was going to come to you today to request an additional buyer due to the amount of work that is coming through our doors, but I'd like to pull this request from our budget for this year. I presented earlier the number of projects in requisition, and it's clear that the work is there. We have a lot of work that's coming through our doors, and the need is there. But recently, the Ada Central Steering Committee has been working on ways to streamline requisitions that come through Ada Central, and it is anticipated to be implemented in the near future. So this may help in reducing the number of requisitions that are coming through our department. We'd like to monitor the workload for FY26, and if we're still experiencing the increased numbers in our department, then I'll come back next year with this request. Those are my budget requests for FY26, and your support of these supplementals would be much appreciated. And that brings me to the end of my budget presentation, and I just want to say thanks again for all your support throughout the year, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, any questions? Okay, go ahead.
Why is the insurance premiums going up so high?
Great question. That's a risk question. Risk assesses the insurance premiums each year, but I think it has to do with just overall increases across the county. It wasn't just for procurement. I think every office and department got hit with those increases. Oh, also, I believe this is the first year we're paying for general liability, and we hadn't had to pay that in the past.
And do you want to talk about the current state of cost of the marketplace with the economy and the tariffs, and how's that affecting the budget?
That's Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, that's an interesting question. We have on again, off again tariffs. It's kind of it's a roller coaster. So we're trying to navigate that as best as we can. We are starting to see invoices come through with tariff surcharges on the invoices. We are reaching out to those vendors and asking them about how they're applying that tariff, where this tariff is coming from. Is it from a commodities standpoint of tariffs from Canada, from Mexico, from the European Union? We want them to kind of point it out to us and just not tell us it's a tariff. So we're trying to be a little bit more diligent about how those are applied.
So they're not just sneaking extra surcharges on there.
Yeah, we're trying. We're highly vigilant of that, and we're making the calls to have them follow up with some justification of how they got the tariff.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
The bidding process that we tried to get the legislature to address this year, do you have an estimate of what that difference actually costs the county? And is there a cost that we can peg to that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, there was a couple different procurement legislation. Is this the one for the thresholds or responsible bidder?
Responsible bidder.
Oh, yeah. Thorn in my side. The responsible bidder legislation, as you know, we tried to get that through this last year, and we met some resistance along the way. I'd love to keep on pursuing that. I think it's important that we do. it does affect our bids, right? So if we have a bidder who comes in and says they can do the work for a certain amount, and we find out that maybe they're not a great actor and they don't do the work that they are saying they're going to do, they can still come back the next time and bid on one of our other projects. We don't have a way that we can scrutinize them for being a contractor that doesn't do good work or charges too much or just doesn't have the integrity that the county is looking for.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Good.
I guess because the state obviously thought it had value, so the state is allowed to do that. So, excuse me, since we aren't allowed to do it, is there a way we can attribute it a cost of an operational cost that it is imposed on the county because of that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, we could probably start to take a look at those contracts that have went sideways, and there's always an operational cost of overhead that it takes to make those contracts right. It's typically man hours from procurement to the legal team to our operations folks to our clients. There's always a cost involved with that. It'd be a little difficult, but I think we could probably try to take a look at tracking some of that.
And not to require a lot of time, but just kind of a thumbnail sketch. And then the fleet management, because we did that last year. We did a major infusion of dollars there. So how critical is it in terms of doing this next year's versus waiting, see how that's actually worked for 1 year before we implement another year of it? What's your thinking on that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, great question. We're analyzing that currently right now. We purchased 39 vehicles this last fiscal year. We were able to help several departments and offices with their vehicle needs. And 39 vehicles is pretty substantial. It's a good hit to the replacement. And we will know more here in the next year of how those replacements have filtered into the county and how they're being utilized. Ken has the Coleman fleet management system that tracks all that for us. But to your question, could we skip a year? The question's, yeah, we could skip a year and probably be okay. Ken has really done a really good job about getting the most critical ones out of our fleet and replaced. And now we're looking at the ones that are high mileage, that are high maintenance. So if we needed to, we could go a year without, but at some point in time, we'd have to circle back because there is still the need in the county to get these vehicles replaced. I mentioned earlier that we had 1990 era vehicles in our fleet, and I think we've got all of them out now. I'll let Ken address that, but we are on a good path right now, and if we can continue to be on that path, great. If we need to skip a year, we can do that as well.
Go ahead.
A follow-up with that, and Ken might be able to answer that, because we've actually had this discussion in terms of organizing it in terms of a county-wide fleet as opposed to the way it has been working in the past in terms of so it would be actually a county fleet management type concept. So he might want to explore that as well. And I don't know if you or Ken might want to explore that.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to buttress that because you mentioned the departments and their vehicle needs. We don't have vehicle needs, we have transportation needs.
We do.
We want to make sure that the transportation is adequately handled, not vehicles.
That's correct.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for pointing that out. The county vehicles, they're county vehicles, and our path towards having a county-wide fleet system is that those vehicles would be utilized county-wide. So unless they're specifically used for a utility reason of some sort, they would be available for all county departments and offices.
Okay, any other questions? Well, thank you. Appreciate your work you do.
Great, thanks, Commissioners.
We're glad to get all that savings that we get.
All right.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and pull Ken's up.
Now you can ask him the fleet question. Well,
Perfect.
we got that portion done.
All right, up next, we have Ken Sinclair, our fleet manager for Ada County.
Good. Welcome, Ken.
Good afternoon, guys. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for
Yeah.
having me. I do have one of the longest presentations, so, but it's really good, so it'll go by fast.
Okay.
Talking about
Stay waiting.
this first slide we have up here, Ada County Fleet Management. As you know, 2.5 years ago, we didn't have anything. So this program has gone leaps and bounds to where it is now. It does take time to get all this stuff, up and running, but we have done great getting it up and going to manage this fleet going forward. So, what a year. Home and Fleet Management implementation, that was a huge undertaking to get it all set up, the billing correct, everything in that system to go forward correctly from the beginning. So we've got that up and running really good now. And that program, the more information you put into it, the more robust it becomes, the more information we can pull back out of it to get total cost of ownership of all these vehicles. We need the information that's going in there. So then we have the vehicle replacements, the auctions, and the fuel island upgrades, and the courthouse pooled vehicles that we'll go over here. This is the shot of one of the dashboards that I work from in Holman. You guys have seen this before. There are more of them. All of these categories here, I can click on that and get information. It shows active vehicles, sold vehicles, out-of-service vehicles, all that kind of stuff I can click on and just bring up all that information and have it at my fingertips. So this program, as I say, the more information we have going into it as the departments and offices use it, the more data that goes in there, the more that we can pull out of it. It just becomes more and more robust. Vehicle replacements, as you know, you guys have been supportive of this. It's helped me move this program forward. We had some really unsafe vehicles out there. The old bucket truck that ops had was just not safe. So we've got safe vehicles coming into that fleet now, and that's what we're working on, safety first. 39 vehicles were replaced in FY25 and we had all offices and departments included in that, so we were able to get everybody some newer vehicles to better match what they were needed. We did originally ask for 1.6 for this coming year. I did narrow that down to 1.3, and the way we're doing that is, while we're out there replacing these vehicles, there's some where we had 2 that we could reduce down to 1. We're actually looking at need and getting what's needed in these departments. So we are cutting those back, and I can do that again as we move forward. I heard the question to Bob about skipping a year. You can always do that, but we did start behind, with no fleet management going on before the 2.5 years that I've been here. So some of these vehicles are really old. And we did get rid of the most of the old ones. We do have ones that are still 10 to 15 years old. There's some 2007s out there, 2008s. And a lot of them are like the weed and pest vehicles, trucks that are being used out in that field. So really something to look at there. So that's a total of over the 2 years of 3.225 million, but that would definitely put us in a spot where we can move forward. We are still going to have vehicles come years after that reach that 10-year mark, the 125,000-mile mark. You're still going to want to replace going forward, but we will have a lot less in the years forward. So working to reduce that all the time. The other thing that I would like to thank you guys for is the money to upgrade the fuel stations at Ada County Sheriff's Office and Weed and Pest. Sorry, wrong slide. This is the auction slide. We did auction 20 vehicles, $102,000 back to the general fund from the vehicles that we auctioned. We have many more. I have 10 pulled right now, lined up out at Weed and Pest that are going to auction. And then I've got some more new ones that I'm going to be moving out there and pulling more out. So I can see at least another 20 that we will auction off this year. Now the Fuel Master upgrade. That program already, I mean, the WEX cards now can be used at Ada County Sheriff's Office and Weed and Pest. That information is now coming to me in reports so that I can put it in the Holman system. All of that data helps manage those vehicles so that we can get maintenance done on them when needed, when it's due. We can track the fuel mileage on them, the fuel usage, all that stuff. Not only that, but the two departments now have new Vita route systems on there so that they can tell if they have fuel tank leakage. When their tanks get low, they get alerts to that kind of stuff. So all of that upgrade helped all of Ada County. Now the pooled vehicles. I know you guys have been very interested in this program. So we've identified several already that we can put in the pool, all of the cars, SUVs, that kind of thing. And I have them at different locations. The pool reservation system through Holman is another tool that we can use to manage that very well. And that's in the works. We do have a link being set up so that people can get on that easily and reserve those easily. Of course, I do want to make sure that it works correctly when we implement it so that people don't have problems and make it hard. Want people to actually use it, come back to it. So we will make sure that that's up and running correctly, test it, and then get it out to the county to use that and get that. Then that program will also allow us to keep track of utilization of those vehicles and rotate through them so that they're all being used evenly. Right, guys, there was that long presentation. So I thank you again, and I will stand for questions.
All right. Any questions? Go ahead.
Well, you already heard my question. I gave it to Bob instead of you, but
Yeah.
and you answered it as well. But my question follow up to that is, what's generally accepted for fleets? Generally accepted criteria: 10 years, number of years, number of miles. What's the generally accepted criteria?
Yeah, a 10-year, 125,000-mile deal is pretty good to look at for a standard, regular vehicle usage. You have to look at the usage on them as well, what they're used for. We do have vehicles out there that don't travel a lot of miles, used daily, but they don't go a lot of miles. Some of those you can actually go longer with those vehicles. And a lot of those are higher cost vehicles too. So you can actually use them for longer than that 10-year period. There's some that are used heavily that would probably need to be replaced before that 10 years. So it depends on usage a lot, but that 10-year, 125,000 mile is a pretty standard usage.
I have others, but go ahead.
Go ahead. No, do you have a question?
The
All right, go ahead.
the system you said for monitoring, like location, rotation, scheduling. Where is that in terms of operational?
For the pool units.
Yeah,
So IT has actually already put a link on the ACES page. You can see. You can't click on it yet. It will require a password to get in there. That's what I'm working on. So to make that easy, so that people don't have to double click and put information in there. All the employees do have to be downloaded in there so that they can use it as well. So I am in that process. We're very close.
okay. So time estimate of when?
I would say 2 months at the most. We'll have that up and running.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I thank you.
All right, thank you.
You guys have a wonderful day.
Okay, we're a little bit behind, but our schedule says we'll take a break at 2:45, and it's 2:40, so we'll take a 15-minute break right now. We'll be on recess until 15 minutes. Thank you.
Led by Director Bethany Calley, HR supports benefits and risk management needs of Ada County and its various offices and departments. This includes recruitment and hiring, training, benefits administration, policy development and implementation, employee relations, leave management, employee compensation, workers' compensation, the self-insured liability program, and related functions. HR serves 2,300 county employees. HR serves all employees and dependents on our county benefits plan. There are nearly 4,800 covered individuals on the county benefits plan. Human resources budget as submitted is $504,000 over allocation. They've got personnel supplementals to the tune of $436, one operating supplemental for $54,000, and one personnel lump sum for $8,100 for a total supplemental request of $499,000. With that, I would like to introduce Bethany Calley, who will present the budget for HR.
Thank you. Well, welcome to the meeting. It's nice to see your cheery face again.
Commissioners, it's so great to be here. Wonderful to be here. Thank you, Katie, for the introduction today. Chairman, Commissioners, it's so wonderful to be here with you and to present our budget. I am very appreciative to the Auditor's Office for their assistance with our office and staff in their partnership, especially over the last year, in working on a variety of collaborative efforts as related to budgeting from multiple sources, including our healthcare trust and our risk funds as well. Also, thank you to the internal service departments that help us on a regular basis, operations, IT, procurement, the prosecutor's office, particularly civil and under Heather McCarthy's leadership. All departments and offices are our clients, and we so appreciate their partnership and collaboration over the prior year. And a significant thank you to all of the elected officials and my fellow directors for everything over the last year. Additionally, our Chief Operating Officer, Steve Rutherford, thank you so much for all of your efforts and for your support over the last year. It would not be appropriate for me to not give a shout out for my team at this point as well. I have been gone for a period of time and they did an amazing job and stepped up. In particular, I'd like to recognize Andrea Byrne for her amazing ability of stepping up and being the acting director in my absence, to the entire management team that really came together and led the charge and got the work done while I was out, and all of their staff did a fantastic job, and it's been wonderful to be back and see all of the amazing work that they've done. Oops. There we go. As you can see on this slide, the Human Resources Department provides a wide range of services, from benefits and compensation, talent acquisition, employee compensation. We do have hurdles and pain points. In 2021, when I returned to Ada County HR, presented a budget that was prepared by a predecessor. I feel a little bit like I'm repeating. Certainly have had some involvement in the presentations budget, but it's been a wonderful experience to see my managers actually put together and work with their teams a budget for me to review and to hear them out in regards to their assessment of needs and wants, and to validate those as we went through those discussions. In coming in, took a time to assess and rebuild. We did some reorganization. Staffing is certainly a pain point. I know that at the very beginning you saw, yes, there are supplemental requests and there are personnel requests. Our office, an earlier question was asked about how are your maintenance operations going on your vehicle. Well, ours, we need some more fuel for the tank, and I look forward to talking about this as we continue through this. Additionally, our supplementals came in the area of software subscription services. These have ever-changing costs and increases. They are a business necessity to have, and I will talk more about that. Over the past couple of years, we've been fortunate enough to attract some key talent to Ada County. This includes Crystal Ritchie. She functions as our HR and Employee Relations Manager. We were able to bring her over. She was the Director of HR at the City of Meridian. Kelly Ponanen, you will hear from her today in regards to some risk management and specifically our insurance premiums, some more background on that. Kelly came here to Ada County originally in '03. She's an incredible professional in the insurance industry, 22 years. Certifications, that type of thing. She doesn't just get certifications that are an easy peasy. They take a ton, and there's also one that she most recently got, and we'll be bringing that to you in an open business meeting. Only 4% of insurance professionals in the nation have that, and Kelly now is one of those. We're very thankful to have her back on the team. Additionally, that risk management team also, we were able to hire someone from the city of Boise, nearly 4 years of experience, worked a significant amount of that time in the risk management area, so certainly brought some hit in the ground and ready to rock and roll from there. You all have seen a lot and had interaction with Jennifer Pike, whom we were able to have come over from the state of Idaho. She had been with the state at 16 years, ran their benefits program, and brought a ton of talent out to us here at Ada County. We're incredibly thankful for that. As part of the development that we've gone through the past year, our team made strides in regards to our strategic planning efforts. We had a creation of a new vision and fresh values that will drive our work as we move forward. It started about 2 years ago. Our department had a number of new team members, and the timing was perfect. The process began with gathering feedback from them, had an understanding of needs and perspectives from those employees doing the hands-on work every single day. It ultimately led to them bringing recommendations to which we were able to move forward today, and our vision and values are on point. People are our purpose. Solutions are our focus. When we say people, we think about Ada County employees, and I appreciate you, board, for being so passionate about your employees. But it's not just our employees, it's their dependents. It trickles out from there, and it's also every single taxpayer here in Ada County that we care about and making sure that we're smart with our resources. Solutions are our focus. We may not always have the solution. We are fortunate to be in a service model wherein people come to us for answers or for direction or trying to figure out where to go. And we may not be the ones to solve that, but we'll ensure that they get directed to the appropriate location to get the help that they're requesting of us. The experience of developing the vision and values has been very rewarding for our team. It certainly fostered some team engagement, gained clarity, helped with an incredible culture of our department. I'm very proud of where we've gotten, and I can speak all I want about it. I think you've heard it throughout the presentations this week and throughout the year, and we really upped the game in regards to what information we're trying to bring to you on a quarterly basis, and appreciate your feedback as we've gone through that. You did ask about state mandates and factors that impacted us. Now, we're in a unique spot. There are certainly parts that fall within that, but I'll echo Director O'Mara in regards to one of the elements being that every single department and office has many county mandates that drive the work that they do. And if we were not here doing our work, that would greatly impact the ability of each of those business units to get the work done that they need to do. We are also in I call it the alphabet soup. You can see up on the screen, and I won't spend the time going into all of these. There are more acronyms here that we deal with at the federal level, and then those come down to the state level, and then at the local level, and certainly within our own county policy, which helps to guide us to be as compliant as we possibly can and mitigate any risks that we have at Ada County. FY25 highlights that we have. Risk in 2021, when I came back to HR, it was an eye-opening experience for me. When I was here before with Kelly Ponnen and running the risk department, it was an area requiring little oversight. She got things done and things were going very well. A lot had changed. The structure of just the way directions went, for whatever reasons, went the way it was. The county did have some new risks that were not there previously that were important to be managed, and this was one area that was keeping me awake at night. I was very fortunate over that time to have some learning lessons. Also, we just recently had someone retire from our department, Donna Dana. Incredibly, she had come into risk as I was leaving the county in 17, and she did a phenomenal job of holding it together. Alex joined our team in risk, came from the treasurer's office, contributed right away. So thankful to them. But then to have Kelly come back was just truly the best thing that we could have, and looking forward to our future as we go on with risk management. Our overarching goal of risk management is to support the county's long-term risk management and insurance goals. Team is well equipped to do it. I'm very pleased where the risk program is today and where it's headed home. I sleep at night very good, not worrying about risk management. Kelly gets to do that. She always assures me on our risks and our funding and how we're doing. So very appreciative of you, Kelly, and your entire team. In regards to some highlights further, we are self-insured program savings, our self-funded workers' comp, general liability, auto, and unemployment claims. We do purchase property insurance for our $400 million in assets. Additionally, we do purchase cyber insurance, and we have excellent coverage there. That is important as it ties back to some of the requests that you see coming in from departments and offices, and the recommendations coming to you from the CIO, O'Mara, in that as he makes requests of you, oftentimes these are elements that when we fill out our insurance applications every year, we need to be able to check certain boxes that we're doing those things, and those definitely help us with our pricing and our coverage for our cyber insurance. Our self-funded program results in significant savings for the county, as illustrated above. Everything in risk runs in arrears about a year. So as you're looking at this information, we're carrying between October 1 of 2019 through current data, which has the 2023 through 24, but we don't have the most recent updated. We'll have that soon. This program has saved Ada County over $8.4 million compared to what we would have paid in a guaranteed cost program as through the state. That is significant. Again, I'll have Kelly coming up towards the end and talk a little bit more about what is happening in the insurance industry and what is impacting us here at Ada County. Next, would like to give a highlight and shout out to our training work within HR. You have heard that from other directors, specifically leadership academies, programs that have run for weeks to a full year at a time, and being very focused and outcome driven to ensure that we are having leaders in the organization that are able to successfully perform their critical work. In our benefits and compensation area, they have provided over 123 hours of training. This includes things such as retirement, our benefits program in general, how can we help retain our staff, and how can we best train and have them also share what it is that we provide here at Ada County. We've had lunch and learns, workshops, on-site vendor presentations, 474 participants in that. Our HR team, as you can see the information similarly from there, leadership learning, DISC training, it helps to improve culture and communication within organizations, as well as listening tours, meaning walking around and asking questions and listening, and then helping give those departments and offices information to help their organization roll forward and be effective and performing well. Just a couple offices impacted by these offices, departments. The assessor's office is one with a larger scale program that we've done with our leadership training, operations, the landfill. We have had a staff member, I'm very appreciative to Director Steiwig that he came on board and said, hey, can we have one of your staff member on site maybe a little bit during the week? So we've had that partnership of on site. We've had our recruitment and selection team coming in and working with them more closely in regards to their hiring practices and helping them with their important work that they do. The clerk, auditor, recorder, certainly through a significant program under Sean Miller in regards to looking and doing the listening tours and helping with their own development, and many other offices and departments have been touched there. In addition to the training, our department has administered, conducted, and held outcome work with departments and offices in regards to experience surveys with several counties and offices. They've gathered information to improve engagement, satisfaction, and gain information from their employees. That includes providing that information and feedback back out to those departments and offices. Some of those initiatives have included focus group follow-ups, but also presentations back to those staff to let them know how that information came out and what is the plan of the leadership of their business unit rolling forward. Our benefits team, I know this is an area where you certainly get some more updates from us, but just annually we like to show this as far as the covered lives and our number of positions filled at the time. We are at 2,083 right now. There is that dip, mostly driven by the public defender moving from the county to the state. 4,800. I am incredibly proud of you commissioners and my staff in the work that they did with those employees. That was a significant event for them moving out, and that offboarding was certainly not the most enjoyable for those individuals, but the positive feedback that we got and the thanks for the care that was given to them was very clear to us, and very thankful to my team for giving that time that they did. You know, our benefits team, one thing, we deal with our employees in the best of times and also the worst of times. Ada County has experienced a good number of deaths in the last year. Our team steps in for those. We've dealt with births, which can be happy. We also deal with some that there's some unique circumstances there. The care and compassion and the resilience of those individuals to handle those situations is immeasurable. Compensation, this is key as we go through this slide here in regards to our compensation analyst that we have on staff, Carissa. She does a fantastic job, has done 181 compensation analysis requests. Again, that's one compensation analyst. So in FY25 so far, she has completed 70 market analysis requests, 54 wage recommendations. This means for actions such as promotions, demotions, starting salary ranges, posting salary ranges, transfers, conditional pay increases, and general salary reviews, 53 job description reviews, with 6 of those being for FLSA status audits, 2 internal equity reviews, 2 other comp analysis pay plan reviews, and that's a grand total again of the 181. Additionally, processed 280 actions through the PA system in FY25. Over 2,000 submissions come in annually as a result of the budgeting process for merit, COLA, and market adjustment. In addition, as the year goes along, the comp team processed an additional 787 salary changes in addition to everything else. Now, for this budget year, you all are hearing about what requests are coming in. Over 300, just about 372 individual items were required to have a review by Carissa. Some of those are definitely more complex than others, but either way, there's a lot of data involved, and it's amazing how efficient she is and the partnership that she does with each department and office as they reach out to her for that work on the front end. We greatly appreciate her efforts, but we will need more to help support that. It should be noted additionally that when it comes to county mandates, it's a very critical one for you as the county commissioners. As you're aware, it's your role and responsibility to set the compensation for all county officers and employees. We take that serious here at Ada County, and therefore we will need more resources to continue to do that for you. Our total budget requests, we are just over the $3.1 million. We have $389,000 on our operating expense. We do not have any capital expenditures. We do have just over 2.7 million on the personnel side. Our appropriation was $2.6 million. And I will be going into more details in regards to those. Our supplementals, specifically on the operating side, just about $55,000. Our personnel, just over $444,000. The operating budget side, all of these significant ones are software subscriptions. Certificate of insurance tracking software, that's the amount of $40,000. This is a system that impacts the entire county, and the entire county was represented in a bid process, RFP process, for getting such a software. Happy to expand on that as needed. ADP, we have an additional $10,000 added to our budget. This is a software that helps us with our health compliance under the Affordable Care Act. They are the vendor that makes sure that we're following all the tracking and reporting that we need to do. Benefix is another one. There is an increase for that. Benefix is a data exchange service. We use it to enables benefits data files to be sent securely to our vendors. Very important thing that we're handling our employees and their dependents, very critical sensitive information in a safe manner, and this Benefix solution allows us to do that. Personnel requests, yes, we have 444,648. I have gone a couple of years without asking for any new positions. My staff have voiced needs for positions in previous years. In good conscience at that time, with where we were at and the vacancies that we had, we didn't have the ability to bring on the number of people at that time with the staff that we had. We are in a different position now, and I would not be doing my due diligence and not representing our needs appropriately if I didn't ask for these positions at time. I certainly do understand and respect the fact that you have some tough decisions to make. Several years ago, you asked if you'd rather have new people coming on, if we would rather have new positions, new individuals, or keep the ones that we have. Funds that we had within HR were used to do both. Through market analysis process, we retained great seasoned HR staff, ensured that their pay was commensurate with the market, with their experience, and what they bring to the table, as well as internally equitable. Also, we were able to bring in exceptional talent with a credible experience that could hit the ground running and get things done. Very important for us. Right up front in regards to vacancies, we do have an investigator position that's vacancy. I know last year I spoke about this in our budget presentation. It's at the amount of $11,862. It was an incredibly part-time on-call. We had a retired officer in that position. He went back to be the chief of police. we now utilize a contractor who comes in and works in great partnership. They've worked with Ada County for many, many years. Employee specialist position. This is a position where we didn't have the managers on staff to be able to bring it on board and be able to train that position and utilize it wisely. That is where we made the choices in where could we potentially help retain our staff and pay individuals what was needed and to bring the experienced talent on staff that we did. We do have a vacant ER consultant position. That one is ready at this time. We have had some leaves in the last year and it is ready to get moving. We do ask for additional funding for this position to ensure that we can get the level of consultant that is needed for that role. Down to talk specifically in regards to the rest of our supplemental requests, would you rather? Number one, ever since I've been back, we've been working on career pathing. It was very clear very quickly that Andrea Byrne was certainly performing at an excellent level as a compensation analyst at that time. She was promoted into a manager position, took on both benefits and compensation, has done an incredible job with that. What you see today and the growth with the information we're able to bring you and the professionalism with which our benefits and our compensation is run has been under her leadership. She has been on a career path to continue to grow within our organization as a senior manager. In my absence, she functioned as the acting manager and did receive a conditional pay increase. I am asking to have that continue so that she can be recognized and function as the senior manager. That is within our budget, is not one of our supplemental requests. One of our supplemental requests, I'll come right on back down to these and talk about this in priority order with you today. Our employee engagement specialist, this position is going to be performing a number of communications and engagement features. It's greatly needed on our HR and particularly with our talent acquisition team. We do not have any proactive communications development for our recruitment side, and we are too large of an organization to continue to not have the abilities to do that. Additionally, there are many of projects and maintenance items that we're simply unable to adequately keep up with given our limited staffing. The management team has collectively placed this position as top priority among our new positions. We have to create effective and continue to maintain effective communications with offices and departments and our employees and their dependents. There's very timely messaging related to county-provided benefits training, county policy updates, et cetera, risk management that we need to continue to give out. These happen in the way of lunch and learn events, open enrollment communications, mental health first aid communications. Additionally, you're very well aware of your county employee appreciation picnic event. That does take a significant amount of time from one of our staff members. This position could help support that as well. In addition to our employee benefits communication, HR oversees the county's internal employee communications to over 2,000 employees. It is a resource to other departments and offices on internal messaging that is communicated via Ada County Insider. This is not simply a grab a communication and hit a send button. This requires our team to develop, review, edit, and ultimately release in fiscal year 24 over 220 countywide announcements. Like the amount of time that's on those is significant. It's been something we've been working on better capturing, but it definitely is significant. We also have a lot of external audiences that we're sharing with our information with. This position also would be critical with that. Additionally, our office in FY24, we had over 50 total public information requests. Sometimes those come in batches, sometimes they're in shorter. As you know, they're quick turnaround times, and none of ours are simple as they often are significant volume of data that's required and that we have our needs for. Additionally, the business operations administrator would oversee this position. I am very well aware that this individual significantly works well over 40 hours every single week, rarely can take a vacation, and is often working weekends. This position will be critical for not only just ensuring that our front desk person is truly focused on all the work that we need for her to do in that role, but also to help Jessica, and specifically that I don't continue to work an employee way more hours than is necessary. The total cost for this position is a loaded cost of $104,728. Our compensation analyst, really not going to go into too much more detail because you heard the stats previously. We currently have one comp analyst. We need at least one other. It's not sustainable to keep doing what we're doing with the volume and the complexity of the requests that we're looking at and the time that it takes. Also, we want to make sure that we're adequately doing the county mandate area of what you're having to do and provide you with that information. You very well know how often you're asking us, and I know next week we'll be asked a lot of questions, and there's a significant amount of work that is performed in an incredible amount of time, but we can't continue to race that car much faster that much longer. We are reactive at this point. I will say this. Ada County has a significant opportunity to be more proactive in regards to compensation decisions. We talk every year about merit versus COLA. We additionally have had conversations in recent years where that really needs to be 3 buckets, and we need to be talking about market more often. This position will still be in a reactive role. However, we are hopeful we can then add, with the oversight of Carissa in a lead position, which is part of my request as well, that she would be able to oversee that, and we can move into some proactive work. That will vary depending on how many requests we get in and the complexity of those requests as time goes on. I don't want to make any false promises that we're going to have all proactive and some reactive. It's definitely going to be a little bit dependent on some of our workloads. Andrea will continue to supervise that group. Our current comp analyst, as I mentioned, Carissa would take on leadership of that role. This position comes at a cost of $110,857 loaded cost. Last but not least, with our new positions, we do need another HR manager on our team. When I first talked to COO Steve Rutherford about my desires to do career pathing for Andrea Byrne, he said, well, what are you going to do with the workload that she can have some relief to take on some of those things that you're expecting of that role? So this is in line with that. It's very much needed specifically for our talent acquisition team. In my absence, those positions have reported to Andrea Byrne. However, they have previously, prior to me going out on leave, they did report to me. And the amount of workload, when you look at 2,000 positions across the county, we're filling 200 or hiring 200 new people every year. That's a significant workload, and the 2 individuals that are in our talent acquisition team have done a phenomenal job. But certainly the ability to have some additional oversight and hands-on management would be very critical. So this HR manager position would report to Andrea. Andrea would be overseeing our talent acquisition. This would help us also with assessing as that talent comes in, of overseeing talent acquisition and other areas as we continue to develop our leadership, and also Andrea's position as a senior manager. This position does come at a total cost of $151,880. I know that this slide looks familiar because we just had it here. Want to make sure I cover everything here, and also as far as a priority order, the career pathing on Andrea, again, within my budget. Supplemental, the engagement position. Number 2, the comp analyst, additionally then the lead pay. One other area that I didn't speak of in here was our benefits consultant. You have certainly seen the work that that position has given. That position will also take on additional duties, has taken on additional duties from when hired. We would like to recognize that position with some additional pay. You've heard others talk about certifications. We do have individuals who will be earning certifications that we'd like to recognize. Also, we have a vacation and comp payout supplemental of $8,000. We do have a couple of non-supplementals that, again, Andrea's position. We have one title adjustment, no funds involved with that. Base pay change, as I mentioned, a retired employee left, so there's a base change pay in there. That's a decrease in funding. And then finally, you've heard from other department heads, the market analysis for this year. So there is another increase in there for $4,843 for that position. I promise I'm almost at the end. Again, I know this looks really familiar, but I'll come back. Simply put, more hands and minds are needed in order to carry out the volume of the work that we've had. We've been juggling a lot of stuff and doing our best. But I would not be doing my due diligence if I'm not representing my department in the needs that we have. We have had those vacancies. We're ready to rock and roll forward with our vacancies that we have with the elimination of that investigator position. The current workloads on the team are being done at or above the max capacity, and they're working late evenings. They're a great team, but I need to be cognizant of real factors that can influence the lives of my own employees, as well as the work that we're giving to all of our county employees. One of the questions that has come up and that departments have talked about is insurance premiums. I know that this is an area of interest. So I have asked Kelly to come up and speak in regards to that. Thank you, your CIO, Steve Rutherford, for helping us as well as saying that was an area of questions coming in, so it might be good for us to give a little bit of information there and handle questions from you on that. I'll come back up for more questions as well.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to take just a couple of minutes and address the FY26 insurance premiums. If you've been to AIC or the Clerks and Commissioners Conference lately, I'm sure you've heard horror stories in the marketplace from ICRIMP and how reinsurance prices have gone up and up. Most recently, last year, ICRIMP's reinsurance went up 310% on the property side. In turn, they passed that cost on to all of their members, which included Ada County at the time. We had seen an increase in property rates of 130% on our insured total values, which meant a doubling of our premium for property coverage, which would have been around $350,000 to $629,000. That wasn't very palatable to me. And so with the help of our broker, as we do every year annually, we go out to the marketplace and see if we can secure a better rate in exchange for the same or like coverage. We were able to go out into the marketplace this year and secure coverage through Travelers for a reduction in cost of $100,000 for equivalent coverage on the property side. Where you're hearing the most feedback from offices and departments is likely from the general liability side. When we're assessing premiums and rates, traditionally in years past, the way that that was done was kind of a throwing a dart at a dartboard and assuming that certain offices and departments had a bigger exposure than other offices and departments. You might think that the sheriff's office would have more of a liability exposure based on the type of work that they do versus maybe the treasurer's office sitting behind a desk and collecting tax payments, something like that. In reality, the way that you would factor premiums for a general liability rate is by taking gross payroll of the departments and offices. So that is the biggest change that they have seen, where Bob Perkins had mentioned they had never paid a premium in GL before, or even juvenile court services hadn't paid as much in liability premiums because the allocations were not conducted in such a manner to be reflected of their gross payroll. We had an actuarial study done immediately when I returned to the county last year. Based on those recommendations, we changed that rate structure model to use gross payroll the same way that we use gross payroll in allocating workers' compensation premiums. So now it's based more on that exposure unit. The more bodies you have and the more payroll you have, the more your premium will go up. We also look at, are you watching YouTube? No, just kidding. We also look at claims that they have had in the past. This year, I didn't think would it be prudent to assess any penalties based on exposure of the previous years because it was such a drastic change in general liability premiums. The property marketplace is still challenged with capacity issues surrounding earthquakes, flood limits. You know, when you think about property premiums, they don't just look at Idaho. They don't just look at Ada County. Property coverage extends nationwide and globally. So when we see catastrophic losses like wildfires in California, you see carriers completely dropping coverage for fire protection in California. All of those things migrate throughout the entire insurance marketplace, and we are competing with other entities to be the best exposure that we can. It was a battle to get coverage between a couple of carriers, and would they accept our exposures that we have. Shout out to Bob Carney and their group. We have wonderfully operated facilities that are safe and clean, and when you have certainly visited some other counties, smaller counties, you've got some dilapidated equipment and buildings, and they just don't simply have the funds to maintain things at a level that they should be. So with that, you know, we did see quite a bit of fluctuation. We also have market trends that contribute to GL coverage as well. That's huge nuclear verdicts that you will see involving law enforcement, involving civil rights, employment-related matters, and employment claims. Again, those are not subject to the tort cap of $500,000. We don't enjoy that cap with those types of losses. Our fund currently sits at just over $14.8 million. I think Julianne had mentioned to me earlier, she had just seen a settlement with Costco and some other entities. It was 14 million, wasn't it? That's, once it's gone, it's gone. So that self-insurance fund, we try to maintain a sufficient amount in that fund to pay those losses. That's where we take that actuarial information and we triangulate it out over a number of years and make sure that we are collecting enough in premiums to not only cover the cost of the policies that we buy in excess, but to also pay the claims that we incur. That is every workers' compensation claim, every auto claim, and every liability claim that we run through the prosecutor's office as well. Every settlement stipulation that you sign at every OBM meeting, those are all coming out of that fund. So we do our best to make sure that we're not collecting too much, but to make sure that we have enough. Any questions on that? It's not delightful information, but it's a necessary evil.
Yeah, any questions? I might add that the insurance business is a fluctuating business. I happen to have been in the legislature when ICRIMP was even started. And the reason it was started is because cities and counties couldn't get coverage.
Correct.
So we formed that organization, and it's worked very well since, I believe. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to come up and to present to you in regards to human resources and our budget. And I stand for questions today.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. You indicated that Ada County hires about 200 people each year for personnel. That's about what it averages.
That's what we've been, the previous year, sometimes that'll fluctuate depending, that was in the last year that we had the 200. That can fluctuate based on our vacancy. So in the last couple of years, we've seen a decrease and we've had better recruitment areas and stuff like that. So we'll see some of those numbers sometimes come down, but the last couple of years, certainly 200 plus as far as new hires coming on board of Ada County.
And that's for a wide variety of reasons. It's for people moving on. It's for people moving to. It's a lot of reasons. Not
Absolutely. We see retirements, of course, we see deaths, we see other employment drawing people away, personal reasons, moving out of state, moving out of the local area, all kinds of reasons for why someone might be leaving Ada County.
Well, in the last little while, I'd say the last year or so, to hire that many people must take a lot of applications.
Absolutely, it does.
How do we do it? For instance, if we hire 200 people, about how many applications would we get to hire those 200 people?
Well, that will vary from position to position, just based on the level of the position. So there's some where the requirements and the
Sure.
skills that they have to have, so that'll be a lower number. So we don't have a raw average because we have such a wide range that we have within Ada County.
Yeah, we
the
hire
kinds of
lawyers and we
positions.
hire janitors. There's no question
Absolutely,
about it.
landfill techs, maintenance mechanics.
We even have a couple of forensic pathologists.
That's right, absolutely.
and
They are
that-
all over the board. So the
Yeah.
number per of those postings greatly varies. However, we have had an increase in the numbers coming in the last year and a half.
applications.
Correct.
Isn't that the best marketplace we can determine?
Absolutely. And if your question is, are we seeing a good marketplace as far as what's available for us? or-
Marketplace for what we're paying our
Oh,
employees.
yeah.
You said we wanted to get more close to market, and
Yeah.
I would think that if we're getting a lot of applications, that must mean a lot of people are looking for those type of jobs.
Absolutely. That
At that
certainly,
pay.
that absolutely helps us in that regard. We do have due diligence just from a best practice with our compensation to look at a market. Our own policy within Ada County ensures that we're looking to match the market, be fiscally responsible, and engaging our employees. And so that's where some of our work goes out there. So we grab that actual data on a regular basis to look at what other employers are paying. So even as other employers fluctuate their rates, our market matches, we're looking at that information as well.
And we want to make sure that we're in the market. But after all, we're doing the citizens' business. We want to make sure we have the best and brightest people to participate in doing the public's business.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? It seems like I'm the only one with questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Appreciate
Commissioners.
the information and
Bet.
your budget
Appreciate you.
presentation.
Thank you.
I'm interested to see how you do the next introduction.
I'm very excited about the next one. Mr. Chair, next up, we have the clerk's office. The clerk of the district court is one of the 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Their mission is to serve our community in a way that builds trust in government. Our fearless leader, Clerk Trent Triple, heads the clerk's office, which includes the division of the auditor, recorder, elections, community programs, consolidated elections, clerk of the court, and administration. Auditor, recorder, elections, and community programs are divisions in the clerk's office, which are funded in the general fund. The auditor's office assists with the development and implementation of the budget, as well as other financial responsibilities, such as accounting, payroll, and countywide financial reporting. The recorder handles the recording of land records, issuing of marriage license and liquor licenses, and is the passport acceptance agency. The elections office conducts up to 2 elections per year for over 300,000 registered voters in 197 precincts and deploys up to 1,200 poll workers and temporary employees per election to staff the precincts on election day and work election night. Community programs oversees the boards of community guardians, trash billing services, and indigent services. The Board of Community Guardians aids vulnerable adult citizens who are no longer able to care for themselves. Trash billing provides billing services to residents in unincorporated Ada County and is operated as an enterprise fund. Indigent services provide financial assistance to qualifying Ada County residents for rent, utilities, cremation, property tax hardship, and trash hardship. Consolidated elections is a separate fund that is specifically dedicated to conducting elections for districts and political subdivisions within Ada County, such as the cities, school districts, library districts, fire districts, and sewer districts. Clerk of the court, or clerk's office, provides clerical support for the courts. The office processes and maintains all case filings, collects fines and fees, and supports the judges of the 4th District Court in Ada County. In addition, the Court Assistance Office helps pro se defendants navigate the court system. So first we have the general fund. We submitted a flat budget this year. We have some one new position request and 17 salary adjustments, but those are all funded within budget. Excuse me, that was the clerk, the district court, not the general fund. This is the general fund. Again, a flat budget submission. 6 new positions, 33 salary adjustments, all again funded within budget. Consolidated elections is requesting the use of $150,000 of the use of their fund balance this year. And finally, trash billing is currently sitting at revenue over expense in the amount of a little over $4,400. And so it is my pleasure to introduce my friend, our Assistant Chief Deputy Clerk, Heath Raborti, to present our budget.
All right, we'll have a call for order.
Thank you, Katie. Call for order is not needed, but good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, elected officials, department heads, Ada County staff, specifically Clerk's office. Do we have anyone from the public? Hopefully tomorrow night.
They're watching in live, the live presentation.
Excellent. I'll admit, when Clerk Triple asked me to present today's budget, I thought it would look better in a mustache, and I quickly realized I'm not Herb Cantu. My name's Heath Raborti. I'm the Assistant Chief Deputy Clerk, and I'm honored to present the clerk's FY26 budget. Oh, I can do the clicker, Katie, or the mouse. This is funky.
Click on it, I think.
Thank you. 96% of our requested budget is through statutory obligations. 4% is not. 2% of that is for community programs. However, 3/4 of their expense is covered by their revenues. That team also generated over $1 million in collections on pre-approved medical fees last year. Another 2% goes towards our Board of Community Guardians, which I'd like to talk about in a minute. When I previously worked at the state, I worked under our controller, Brandon Wolf, and was tasked with spearheading the Transparent Idaho initiative. I started that project by working with county clerks. Specifically, Ada County was one of the champions and one of the 8 pilot counties. I got to admit, I was oblivious and had no idea what county clerks even did, and it didn't take long to realize there's a lot on their shoulders. The clerk of the court is statutorily obligated by law to manage and oversee many government aspects. This includes acting as the budget custodian for the entire county. This includes creating, executing, managing, and supporting the board on annual budgets, as well as elected officials, department heads, and our outstanding auditing team. The clerk of the court also oversees county elections. Currently, we manage 2 elections annually, and I got to tell you, in Ada County, even a small election is a massive operational lift. Take this recent election in May, we had a 7-8% voter turnout. We still had to stand up 142 polling locations throughout the county, train and deploy nearly 800 poll workers. Our clerk of the court acts as the county recorder, serves the public daily, also other departments, external stakeholders, such as title companies, surveyors, and developers. Last year alone, they recorded over 18,000 documents, processed over 3,500 marriage licenses, 3,000 passports, and as you know from the OBM agendas, over 1,200 alcohol licenses. The clerk of the court also the clerk of the court, district court that is. For scale, our entire office is 200 team members. 140 of those are court clerks. This is a massive lift. Last year alone, our team clerked 107,000 hearings within this courthouse and within juvie. These are a few of the big lifts, but I'll tell you, the way Clerk Triple and the way we support him is we stay true to our DNA. You'll see our mission statement and our values. I got to give a shout out to our criminal and our civil front counter team. Last year, they assisted 81,000 citizens, 81,000 individuals that did not want to be here, did not want to work with our team. Why? They're having hard days. They're dealing with divorces, protective orders, child custodies. They're paying legal fees. They don't want to be here. However, our team daily serves them in a way that builds trust in government. There's a legendary story from years back, before I worked at the county, about an individual who got a speeding citation in Ada County. This individual came in, paid that ticket with a giant grin on their face. They were glowing. They were mixing it up with the front counters. That's the exception. That individual also happened to be a former fighter pilot in our current clerk of the court, Trent Triple. You see our values on the right. We make very hard decisions based on those values, and that's how we take our next step forward. We try to improve our office culture. We try to minimize our citizens' burdens when they come to the courthouse. And more importantly, we try to remain one of the absolute best places to work in Idaho. You've been very appreciative, very supportive of us, and we want to show appreciation. Therefore, I'd like to talk about some return of investment, some exciting initiatives we've been working on, as well as some efficiencies, all of which we consider best practices which will improve our work environment and will allow us to better serve the public. Shortly following the November presidential election, our office started construction on the election and RRC building over at Benjamin. As you know, drug court occupied about 12,000 square feet on the second floor, and they moved out. That gave us a great opportunity to expand our operation. We had a vision, and you saw our vision. I want to thank you for your support and approval to dedicate ARPA funding. We're a long way from completion, but this project will allow us to expand our warehouse. By moving our entire team and our training room and needs and our phone team upstairs, we can expand the warehouse footprint. I want to point out the picture on the bottom left, those old shelves that take up a lot of space. That's what Records Retention Center uses to digitize. And we're going to utilize some new technology where we go to HD shelving. The importance of that is that's the style you've seen where accordion style's up, you open up one aisle at a time, fetch what you need, and everything closes down. We will be able to eliminate more than 1/3 of those shelves, again, to expand our warehouse footprint. We're going to build a transparent facility. We're going to knock down more walls and replace them with glass. Taxpayers can come in and transparently see what we're doing. We are going to improve camera visibility. We are buying more cameras and better cameras. I think you're familiar with what we call our war room. That's a very small room with no air conditioner. It's got monitors all around it. The phones are blowing up off the hook. It's really the fun place to be on election day. But in May, that room gets hot. And by about 11:30 a.m., it smells like wet feet. We're going to build a much bigger war room, and the public will be able to see us operating in that room. More importantly, air conditioned.
See you, but not smell you.
Correct, Commissioner. We will finally become self-sufficient in storing our own equipment. You've seen our cages, and they're quite large. All 200 of them require 3,500 square feet to store. We don't have the space. Therefore, we pay a lot of money for movers to move those to other facilities within the county, which also ties up Bob Carney and his team. There's also this concept of perception when those things are leaving our boundaries. Moving forward, we will be able to keep all of our equipment in our walls under surveillance at all times. We're still slated to kick the doors open in September. As we get closer, we're going to excitedly send you an invite. Talking about election efficiencies, turnout, specifically the big lifts. Look at November 2024, 85% voter turnout. That's 271,000 voters. That was almost 130,000 on election day. We successfully processed 61,000 absentee and 81,000 through early voting. In order to do that, we had to launch and deploy 1,000 poll workers throughout 162 polling locations. The longest lines at some of those were over an hour. That's where we need efficiencies such as ballot-on-demand printers. In 2024, we expanded that initiative. That helps us drive costs down, eliminate human error, and print ballots in real time to expedite the process. We've talked about our cages. We've invested a lot of money in those, and we can put every single item needed for a chief judge to open up a polling location securely in a cage. With our GPS unit and our future tracking or asset management system, we'll be able to scan in asset tags of everything going in, or importantly, everything coming back. After an election, we have hundreds and hundreds of scanners, e-poll books, touch writers scattered amongst our warehouse. It makes it very challenging for decommission and reprogramming for the next election. You know all about Ballot Verifier. That was a vision from our clerk, Trent Triple, to have the ultimate transparency in elections. Voters, free of charge, can go onto our website, they can find their ballot, and they can see how the machine tallied their ballot. In 2 years of work with our elections team and our partner Severa, we launched in April 2024. Caught a lot of attention from a lot of folk. And in September of 24, the Election Center awarded Ada County Elections with the Eagle Award for outstanding technology. Shortly after, the New York Times reached out. They spent over 2 hours with Clerk Trent Triple and with our partner Severa and did a phenomenal piece. Lastly, in February of this year, we earned the People's Choice Award for the Election Center for the Ballot Verifier. This has literally been the tool that has proven its worth. We want to thank you for last year's CIP request. Our front counter remodel has been completed. We have built a seamless front counter. For the first time ever, our criminal and civil teams are side by side and not siloed, serving the public from the trenches. The public can better navigate our lobby system. And we took what was a rarely used public space and converted that into a much needed large conference room that seats 77 people. For the first time, our office can have large trainings and meetings and grow professionally. Thank you for your support in the Eagle recording system. It's going to also allow us to build trust in government by creating more user-friendly access and transparency for the public. In bringing on this system, we've eliminated the use of 3 previous systems. Eagle recording is cloud-based. It allows us to reduce costs associated with server maintenance. There's additional benefits for our users. That includes our stakeholders can use Eagle recorder systems without the dependencies of the third-party companies for e-recording. Our residents can now search for documents from home, not traveling to the courthouse. We have subscription services available for our customers that do research. Typically, this is our developers and other government entities. They can do this directly from their offices and their homes. And lastly, copies can be purchased online, and it does not require our staff to pull these files. Our court evaluation project is a continuous improvement project. This is pretty simple. We're looking ourselves in the mirror, and we're seeing if our court processes are efficient. We've been uncovering many stones in partnership with Human Resources, and we have completed 6 project phases. Through this, we have hundreds of pages of feedback from 92 of our court employees. They're the subject matter experts. We now know our strengths, opportunities, and our aspirations and desired results. We're currently building a prototype to present to our clerk, Trent Triple, so that we can look at modifying one of our processes. There's 15 more areas of evaluation and opportunity that we want to explore. But I got to tell you what's been most exciting about this project is we've looked at our processes and we've seen that we are already efficient. Our court shadowing program. This started with our civil team shadowing our civil team. As you know, courts are very complex. Our team members have areas of specialties, and what we did is we took them out of their area of specialty and we put them with other team members. Last year alone, we logged 453 cross-training hours. 453. We've improved the mechanics, and in late August of this year, we will have 71 criminal clerks shadowing other criminal clerks. Our teams are flat out getting stronger. We touched on this earlier. Commissioners, I researched Idaho Code 15-5601 and realized that no, this is not a statutory obligation. However, statute says that you have the freedom to budget money to address indigent needs. Thank you for doing so. Our small but mighty team oversees the medical, living, and physical well-being of 61 clients. I want to introduce you to Dee. Dee is in the green shirt with the large smile. Before Dee was one of our clients, Dee was in and out of the hospital. Dee lived in a mobile home, which was her only asset. Her handyman coerced her to signing that over to her. Our board luckily was able to get involved. We got Dee's medical situation figured out of the hospital and moved her into her nursing home. I asked the team earlier this week how Dee's doing, and they said, quote, she's happy as a clam these days. I think that smile would also warrant that. Commissioners, I have 60 other stories like this, but I want to thank you for supporting this program so that we don't have more stories like Dee's. I want to start looking at positions that's new and transferred positions starting within our general. The 2 new positions, they will be funded within our appropriation. We are not requesting additional funding from you. That's for an election specialist at $68,000 and a board of community guardian case manager at $75,000. There's also 4 existing election team members or PCNs that we're simply transferring out of consolidated over to general. Within courts, we have 1 new position that will be funded with salary savings at $77,000, and we are not requesting additional funding from you commissioners. Within consolidated, again, we've moved 4 members out and we simply swapped them over to general. Building services has 1 market adjustment that will be funded with existing revenue at $2,700. We also have 46 pay adjustments between special salary adjustments, market rate adjustments in partnership with Human Resources in the amount of $155,000, all of which has been funded within our increase in revenue, all of which has been approved by Human Resources, and we are not requesting additional funding from you commissioners. Looking at our funding, this is our Clerk of the Court fund. What you see here is a FY25 to 26 comparison, the difference on the right, total on the bottom. You'll quickly see that our Clerk of the Court has gone up. You'll also notice that the majority of that is in personnel. As mentioned, 4 of those positions are coming over from consolidated, so it looks inflated. You'll see that it comes down in consolidated. This particular fund is funded by property tax and departmental revenue. The largest of that is through our recording fees and also welfare reimbursements. Next is district court. You'll notice that district court is significantly down. You'll also notice that we're down in personnel, specifically operating though by 322,000. That reflects last year's EOE in which we replaced court computers as part of the Idaho Supreme Court migration. This fund is funded through property tax, liquor tax. There's not a lot of departmental revenue. Building services. Though it looks like a wash, there's two things I'd really like to point out. In partnership with HerbCan 2 and their ability to better forecast, we have been able to bring down tipping fees significantly. However, we also had to raise things so that we can transition to the new software system. That's $236,000 for implementation and subscription fees. Building services operates as an enterprise fund. All departmental revenue is through collections for trash services in unincorporated Ada County. That brings us to consolidated. You'll see where the personnel has come out. However, though we're moving the personnel into general, we make it whole by reimbursing general with consolidated. I also want to point out that you see in capital, there's a bump of $250,000. That is for a ballot printer that will be funded through consolidated elections fund balance. This is all funded through the legislator and the use of sales tax. When you look at the big picture, you'll see that the clerk's office went from 29.1 mil in FY25 to 29.4. We are up 305,000. We have increased our revenue in elections, community programs through welfare payments, and even courts. And again, 250 of this difference is for that ballot printer. We are not asking for supplementals. We are not asking for new positions. Next, I'd like to give a huge shout out to the clerk's office, the team, the staff, 200 individuals that motivate everybody on a daily basis. They are the bloodline to what we do. Can't thank you enough. Now, Commissioners, I'd like to also thank you for my time as I hand it over to our clerk, Trenton Triple, to walk you through our 2 capital improvement project requests. Clerk?
Thanks, Heath. I am truly the privileged person today to be surrounded by a lot of good people, so thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
You
Thank
got to have a good mood if you walk in to pay a traffic ticket, smiling and laughing at everybody.
Well, most of that smiling that everyone saw was purely a faking mechanism to get through it, but it was good to see employees behind the counters when they serviced me.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioners, you see 2 CIP requests from our office. The first one, which was ranked fairly high on the transformation board, was for elections equipment. Our elections equipment, primarily the precinct scanners and the touch writers for ADA compliance, have a 10-year life cycle. We bought those 10 years ago. And so we're right up against the limit of that life cycle. In addition to that, there's also been a new executive order signed by the president requiring increased security on elections equipment. We currently operate equipment that is VVSG 1.0. The executive order is requiring folks to go to VVSG 2.0. In order to do that, replacing all of our equipment, we're moving to a platform that hopefully, well, it will be 2.0 when we purchase it, assuming we get approvals to do that. We also will receive a significant discount for the state of Idaho because we're one of the early adopters for this VVSG 2.0. That keeps us on the same path that this board has supported us in the last couple of years in being leading the country as well as the state in election security and transparency. We will also be throwing in $1 million of fund balance from consolidated to offset the cost of this. So the entire request doesn't fall on general funds. Are there any questions on this particular CIP, Mr. Chair, Commissioners?
Oh, I don't have, do you have a question? Go ahead.
How many people use the voting, what is it called for disabled people or?
Touch writers.
Touch right. Like what's the usage level? Is there one at every polling place? How much use do they get?
By statute, we're required to have one in every polling place. They are not used very often. If we get 1 or 2 people in a precinct in a large election that uses it, it's pretty rare.
So what is that expense?
It's the same cost as a regular precinct scanner. So
Times
197.
And that's state law or is that federal Help Americans Vote?
Federal law.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Go ahead.
Who builds this equipment that we're buying?
It's Hart. Hart InterCivic is the company that we use, that we've been using for the last 10 years. We're staying with that same company for the replacement of VVSG 2.0. They will obviously go through an EAC certification process, and the state of Idaho also has to certify them as an official election equipment for the state of Idaho, which we anticipate will happen sometime this year.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the next CIP is for our clerk's office remodel. 23 years ago, when this courthouse was built, the clerk's office footprint within this building was much larger. Over the time, we have given some space up to public defense for their expansion, as well as swapping indigent services with operations, throwing in a gym for county employees, and the new conference room obviously is a great boon to us, as well as other officials in the courthouse. With the size of it, also the flexibility of it being able to divide into 2 different courtrooms. With all that said, I still have clerks and supervisors in closets and hallways. We have second floor clerks on the first floor holding court in cubicles that can be interrupted by general public that walks by. And so we're trying to fix all that and repurpose some of the older, smaller conference rooms that we no longer have a need for, transition those into office space, as well as gain some efficiencies with bringing some of the admin folks closer to the clerk's office. We also are looking for ability to move that break room away based off privacy concerns, with a lot of people servicing it right next to the clerk's office when private conversations are going on within the clerk's office. That said, we're funding our portion of this completely by fund balance, so we're not asking for any general fund for this. But the reason we partnered with the treasurer's office is because we wanted to reduce costs. We can save about $300,000 by combining with them through design fees and procurement fees and all those other things, and economies of scale when we go into this construction with them. It also made sense because we're repurposing one of our really small conference rooms for their purposes over in the treasurer's office. Again, the funding is all fund balance from the clerk of the court's budget, but also the general fund from the treasurer's side. Any questions on that one, Mr. Chair, Commissioners?
I don't have any questions. No, if you say of the $1 million cost, $700,000 you already have?
$500,000 we're funding with fund balance.
Oh, so that's about half of it?
Yes.
Okay.
So the general fund hit would be about $500,000.
Okay, go ahead. Other questions? Go ahead.
If there's no other questions, I'll stand for questions in general about our brief, Mr. Chair.
I did have one question. The mustached guy, he said that you were going to fund one thing with sales tax. I didn't realize we charged the sales tax in Ada County.
We don't charge sales tax. It comes from intergovernmental revenue sharing with the state. Consolidated elections is funded by sales tax. So that's where our revenue source comes from. But it's not us collecting sales tax. It's the portion of the sales tax that the state collects that they then distribute to all the counties
Through
to pay
revenue
for
sharing.
consolidated elections.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just useful to explain the consolidated elections when he was explaining that, explain that more detail, the consolidated versus the regular.
So prior to this year, we generally had 4 elections per year. We've reduced that to 2. Prior to having 4, we used to have multiple elections throughout the year by different taxing districts. The legislature in 2012 pushed to consolidate all those elections and have them run by the counties. At that time, when that mandate was passed on to the counties, the state funded that mandate at that time with sales tax revenue sharing because they knew they didn't want it to be property tax based. We still fund some of our elections through property tax. The federal elections are not, there's no federal money coming in to pay for our local elections, even though they're federal elections. So we still pay some general fund for our elections, but the consolidation of the elections, they had us pay, the state paid some of that money so that we can consolidate those elections.
Go ahead.
So explain the personnel side that you're shifting from consolidated to.
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, all the positions were in general. And for accounting purposes, really, we thought, well, 50% of the time we're running a consolidated election, 50% of the time we're running a general election. So we thought we'd just split up those positions into consolidated and general. What we found out is as we go about merit COLA raises and all those other things, those employees that were in consolidated elections were handcuffed a little bit more than others, and the flexibility to award high performers and anything with merit was limited. So previously what we do is when they were all in general, we would just reimburse the general the cost of those positions.
From the
which
consolidated
is,
fund.
Yeah, from the consolidated fund, which is what we're going back to. So it's really just positions are moving from one fund to the other, but so is the funding that goes with them through a reimbursement process.
Okay,
Just want to, I thought I understood. I didn't know if everybody
Yeah.
else did.
okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, well, I have another question, and it has to do with the consolidated elections and the state mandate, because we started running the elections of the cities, and we started running the elections of all the different taxing districts, including fire districts, including cemetery districts, and all that, and we were to get reimbursed from the state. How much of our total election cost are we getting reimbursed from the state?
Well, it's not necessarily reimbursement, it's just a per capita distribution of sales tax. So based off the size of the county is the number of sales tax revenue that we get. So we don't actually send a bill to them and say, pay us back. It's
I get
just a
that, they
bit.
have a formula to.
Yeah, it's a formula. So previously, when we had 4 consolidated elections, we were probably barely breaking even. I'll say now that we're down to two elections per year, the funding that we are getting from consolidated elections on the state level is sufficient to conduct this consolidated elections. Now that we're only doing 2, because as Heath mentioned, when we run an election, it doesn't matter if one person shows up or 270,000 people show up. We still have to stand up all of these precincts. So by having fewer elections, the state actually did us a favor and allowed us to really work within what they're giving us now.
So the formula pretty much pays for our election costs, in other words.
For consolidated elections, it does. It does not pay for all elections.
Right, right. Well, and that's good, and people should understand and realize that we've come a long ways in the state of Idaho in terms of elections. I mean, when I first got in the legislature, I was aghast to find out you didn't even have to be a registered voter to vote in school elections. Well, none of that exists now. Now it's all, we've come a long ways in elections.
We're very proud of that.
Yeah, we are, and thank you for your efforts there in that regard. I think you should be applauded for your efforts on the national level to do that thing where you look at ballot verifier. I think that's really good, and I think that's a lot of people are emulating that now. However, I'm finding out that not a lot of the state of Idaho is doing that. I don't quite know why.
Well,
but
funding is always an issue. If the state would pick up the cost of ballot verifier, every county in the state would do
Well,
it.
of course. Well, we understand that. But I think it's great information that's available to anybody that wants it. The only question is when I tell people about it, they go, "You mean my ballot's not private?" I said, "Well, of course it's private, unless you write your name on it." Because you just take copies of the ballot. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
The ballot verifier, now, wasn't that helpful in terms of helping not have a recount in an election this year in Ada County?
Well, you'll notice earlier that I stepped out for a phone call. That was the candidate who was thinking about still doing a recount. They are currently looking at the ballot verifier. I hope that that'll pay dividends. They have a couple more days before the deadline before requesting a recount. So we're hopeful, yes, and that was one of the primary reasons for it. It saves us a lot of time and labor and cost to the county to not do recounts, and which is why we wanted to put the ballot verifier out there so that people could look at those ballots before they decided whether or not they were going to ask for a recount.
Well, if they look at all the ballots, it shouldn't change any, should it?
It should not change.
In a recap, they get to look at all, every single ballot, yeah.
Yep.
Well, good, I think that's a positive. Is there any question we didn't ask that we should have?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
The remodel building of the new,
Elections?
no, here in the building.
Oh, yeah.
The new the auditorium, the center over there.
Conference room?
Conference room,
Yeah.
there, I was trying to think of the conference. The new conference room, you plan for that, and now this other is happening. Is part of the design then, because public defenders are going to be leaving, is.
We hope.
No, they're going to be, it's just a matter of when, according to the law anyway.
Yeah.
But are we planning for that as well? I mean, are we designing in contemplation of potential use of that?
Well, obviously, at the time when and if the public defenders leave, there are more than just the clerk's office in this building that will be vying for that space. So right now, there's a massive wall that we built between where we used to be and what they have. It would be easier for us to expand into that space with some of the needs that we have, but what I have to deal with right now is what I have, and that's why we're moving forward with this one. I don't think anything that we're doing here would affect any future design or expansion into the public defender's office if they were to leave the building.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Clerk, appreciate it. All right, order. Go ahead, Katie.
Okay. Is Adam here? There he is. Okay. We're out of order here now, so let me figure out where I'm at. Here we are. Okay, next we have Weed, Pest, and Mosquito. Adam Schroeder is the Director of Noxious Weed Control Department, Pest Abatement, and Mosquito Abatement Districts. Noxious Weed Control enforces the Idaho Noxious Weed Law and works to control or eradicate noxious weeds found within the county. There are currently 40 out of 74 state-designated weed species found in Ada County. Pest Abatement provides pest control services to landowners living within the Pest Abatement District. Pest abatement crews manage gopher and rock check infestations that threaten agriculture or infrastructure on public and private property. Mosquito abatement provides mosquito surveillance, monitoring, and control service to taxpayers living within the Mosquito Abatement District. Mosquito abatement works within an integrated pest management plan to mitigate the impact of West Nile virus and other vector-borne diseases in Ada County. So first we've got weed. All of these are within budget. He's asking for 6 salary adjustments. Again, within budget, no supplementals. Same with pest, 6 salary adjustments, all within budget, no supplementals requested. And mosquito he's requesting 8 salary adjustments, all within budget, and again, no supplementals. So with that, I will introduce Adam Schroeder.
Welcome, Adam.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yeah. Not evening yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and present our FY 2026 budget for all one county department and 2 special taxing districts. Of course, I'd like to thank you for your ongoing support and guidance of our efforts. Also, the clerk, auditor, recorder, that's Tim, Sarah, Kobe, Melinda, Autumn. Of course, our chief operations man, Mr. Steve Rutherford, for his continued and appreciated help and advice. Human resources has been key for us this year. Beth, Andrea, Josh, Carissa, and all their hiring support staff has been amazing. Also, ITGIS, we can't do anything without those guys, so of course, we always sing their praises when we get the opportunity. Bob Carney in operations, who's been key in updating all of our facility. Lots of work going on, very important work that has been neglected in the past, and I appreciate his efforts to update our entire facility. Along with Bob Perkins in Procurement, and Ken Sinclair for our fleet management. Those guys have really helped us upgrade our field application equipment along with our fleet maintenance and our upgrading all of our vehicles. First of all, let's see if I can get started here. And most of all, I would like to thank our dedicated staff. They continue to strive for excellence in the toughest of situations. They all bring a skilled and dedicated level of service and professionalism to our community. I'm humbled and grateful to be able to represent them here today. As you know, Weed, Pest, Mosquito are made up of one county department and 2 special taxing districts that share an administrative staff, facility maintenance, and capital improvement development. We have 22 full-time employees that are supported by up to 55 seasonal field technicians between all 3 entities. And during the presentation today, I will only touch upon some of the work that we've done in FY24, and I wanted to be able to direct anyone who wanted more detailed information on our operations to our website, where all of our most recent annual reports are available. The annual reports detail the scope of our operations for any given year and can help folks get a much better idea of how we operate and how we meet the operational and strategic goals for our departments. As always, feel free to stop me at any time for questions. I'll start with noxious weed, followed by pest abatement, and then close out with the mosquito abatement, along with some outreach activities and an upcoming CIP project request. So Ada County Noxious Weed Control is a special levy fund department with supplemented with enterprise funds. Typically, that split is 80-20. We're responsible for the local enforcement of the Idaho Noxious Weed Law. Our services are mandated and supported by Idaho Statute Title 22, Chapter 24, and IDAPA rule as promulgated by the Idaho State Department of Agriculture. Citizens, property owners, and visitors in Ada County benefit from our public and private noxious weed control services, prevention, mapping, and eradication of novel weed infestations, compliance and enforcement services that help protect landowners from noxious weed spread, migrating from non-compliant private and commercial property, as well as weed-free forage certifications. It was a difficult year for our noxious weed control team in 2024. We were seriously understaffed and had difficulty attracting, hiring, and retaining quality candidates for the field technician position. We also had a vacancy in our division coordinator position, who, along with the deputy director, are the primary points of contact for all noxious weed control scheduling, coordinating, training, and management for field staff. However, we were able to complete nearly 500 work orders, treating over 1,200 acres of noxious weeds and collecting over $140,000 in revenue. Mapping and compliance were up last year with over 2,000 new weed infestations mapped and more than 750 noxious weed complaints received. We sent over 400 compliance letters and created 160 work orders in result of a compliance action. This slide depicts our vacancy analysis report for the entirety of 2024, where we spent most of the year with between 3 to 5 vacancies out of 9 total positions. And those 3 to 5 were in the field services, where we have 6 positions. All this to report that during the budget year FY25, HR was able to help us adjust the salary rates for all of the vacant positions, and now we're in a much better place. We have now filled all of our vacancies and are heavily invested in training and retaining our current crews. Thank you to Andrea Byrne for producing this report to us, and also Carissa Lane. Sometimes I think back in FY23 and 24, and those two really kind of helped save noxious weed control. We had 2 field positions working, and out of 6. And when they were able to get that rate adjusted for us, that was really helpful and kind of saved us. And today we were able to confirm that we have filled the last vacancy in noxious weed control. So I was very happy to hear that. Hopefully that stands for quite a while. This slide is from Budget Helper. I wanted to try to get in front of our FY24 spend analysis. This displays that our budget spend shortfall, only 74% spent, was primarily due to our vacancy rate, When we have that many vacancies, we don't use as much product, pesticides, and our fringe benefit spending is also reduced. So that kind of accounts for that big spending loss there. I also wanted to talk about some of our operational efficiencies that we have pursued over the last couple of years. As we were unable to recruit or retain quality applicants, we took a long look at the work we were being asked to do. And over the years, we had developed a customer base that had of folks who had hired us to manage their nuisance weeds in pastures and control nuisance weed in their commercial settings as well. So what we had to do is circle the wagons and decide to focus solely on our legally mandated mission of controlling noxious weeds, leaving the rest of that work to commercial and private operators. We implemented policy that helped us refocus on our mission and work to help educate folks on options to control weeds that are not state listed. Now 100% of the work we do is on noxious weeds, and we have worked to strengthen the relationships that we have with other public agencies in the efforts to make significant impacts on noxious weeds growing and proliferating on public ground. We're working with our Ada County partners, City of Boise, City of Meridian, Ada County Highway District, Department of Transportation, Department of Lands, just to name a few. And we do that to serve our core mission of controlling noxious weeds, but also to help those agencies comply with the law as well. We implemented also a reduction in service rates to internal Ada County departments in efforts to reduce tax impact for constituents when controlling weeds. Personnel request for FY26 is $912,204, which includes market rate adjustments for administrative positions. Operating request is $573,129. And the capital request is $56,700, totaling $1,542,033. Our fund balance after reservation stands at just over $1.2 million. Any questions on noxious weed control?
I one question. I found it last week that there is the list of noxious weeds that's listed in the code. But a county can add a noxious weed. Do we have any noxious weed we could add or should add?
Mr. Chairman, it's a great question. Yes, we are able to add a noxious weed designated on a county level. There have been some requests that have come through, especially a few years back with Japanese yew. Certainly was one of those plants that didn't make it onto the state list that could have possibly been added to the county list. More recently, we have Palmer amaranth, which is an agricultural setting weed that did not make it onto the state list that we could perhaps add here in Ada County. That is a highly agricultural weed. We don't have a ton of agricultural land anymore. That's primarily Canyon County. But that's a troublesome weed. It's possible to review that and maybe think about the addition of that one. But yeah, those are the two that
I also found out that trees can be considered noxious weeds. I didn't know that.
Yes, certain weeds can grow into tree-like structures. I don't think we currently have any trees on the noxious weed list right now, but there are many trees that are on the invasive species list and are considered invasive, so yes. Japanese yew was kind of in that category as well. Myrtle spurge is another one that we've had. Sorry to interrupt there.
No, he had a question. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Myrtle spurge is one that folks in North Boise and the foothills have had trouble with. It's a problem plant. It grows kind of along the slopes up there in the highlands. That one can cause eye damage if kids get into it and get that milky latex in their eyes. So that's another one that we can consider. My approach has always been to do what is state mandated. And so if there is a significant push between our constituents for us to add that, I would certainly be open to it.
Go ahead.
Contracts, we're still getting federal contracts and state contracts for, and Ada County Highway District, state highways, federal lands. We're still getting those, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, well, yes and no. We do currently work with ITD. We have contracted with them to do noxious weed control on the rights of way and state highway corridors. So that contract is active. BLM has contracted with us every year in the past. That grant funding opportunity I was getting ready to apply for this year, it was deleted by the administration. Right now, we're going through another grant process that BLM has offered under the Good Neighbor Authority. So we expect that we'll be doing some federal work and we'll be paid and contracted with BLM to do that. However, it's not under the same structure it has been historically. We're not working with ACHD as a contract. They typically do their own work, but we cooperate with them as far as, making sure that, we report complaints that are on ACHD property, and they're reporting also to us where they have private property noxious weed complaints coming onto the right of way.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Ada County Pest Abatement District is a special taxing district that spans 894 square miles of rural ground in Ada County. We control pocket gophers and yellow-bellied marmots, or rock chucks, in response to district resident requests. As being a special taxing district, we are supported by Idaho Statute Title 39, Health and Safety, Chapter 28, Abatement Districts, Title 25, Animals, Chapter 26, Extermination of Wild Animals in Pests and Counties. All the services that we provide are required and supported by law, and we are legally mandated to provide those services to folks who reside within the district. Any district resident who is experiencing issues with either of these two pests can call our agency, and we will provide control services throughout the season for the price of a single assessment. Many folks call us several times per year, and we send crews of up to 4 people to ensure that service standards are met, and we continue to provide an excellent value for residents of the district. And you can see there, we're just under $7 per $100,000 of property assessed value. So, for a $500,000 property, that's $35. You can't get a pest control operator to visit your property for $35 just one time. So we still provide tremendous value. Here's a snapshot of the services that we provide to district residents in 2024. We completed 2,100 work orders, which was a 13% increase from 2023, along with a 39% increase in acres treated from 2023. We now have a new tool that we use for pocket gopher control that we implemented in 2024 called a Cheetah. More about that in a minute. But we completed over 350 applications with that. We had some success implementing our new control measures, including our carbon monoxide machines called Cheetahs for mechanical gopher control. After locating burrows, we cover the exit and deploy the Cheetah to pump 2-cycle engine oil or 2-cycle engine exhaust into the burrow systems. This has been an extremely useful tool. It is less labor intensive, quicker to complete an application, and it doesn't require our folks to deploy restricted use pesticides. And we've also built a number of owl boxes, currently in the process of deploying them across Ada County managed ground. We're also working with NRCS and other stakeholders to place, monitor, and maintain owl boxes in Ada County for pest control. The implementation of Alamo and Pest has been a game changer for operational and administrative tasking, tracking, and documenting. Again, we're grateful to ITGIS for these upgrades. Kenneth has been amazing for us. Personnel budget request for the Pest Abatement District is $362,617, $568,442 for operations, and $8,400 for capital expense, bringing the total request to $939,609, again matching the appropriation. Current fund balance after reservation is $1.9 million. Again, all the personnel market rate increases have been included with the appropriation. Any questions on the Pest Abatement District? Excuse me. Mosquito Abatement District is also a special taxing district that spans 402 square miles of mostly incorporated areas of Ada County. And we are charged with controlling mosquitoes that are both a nuisance and pose a threat of vectoring bloodborne disease to humans, pets, and livestock. The work we do is again required by Title 39, Chapter 28, in relation to the formation and operation of abatement districts. 100% of the work we do falls under county duties, and we are legally obligated to provide those services to district residents. Oh, sorry, let's go back. Fiscal impact to district residents is $1.50 per 100,000 of assessed value. Ada County residents, tourists, visitors benefit from the district's three components of service: surveillance, where we trap and collect mosquitoes to analyze population trends and determine presence of disease in mosquito populations. We're primarily concerned with West Nile virus, which, if vectored to humans, can cause any number of symptoms ranging from fever and headache to encephalitis and meningitis, to chronic medical conditions including blindness and/or death, especially for older adults or those who are immunocompromised. Larvicide, we find, survey, map, and treat standing water sites throughout the district to determine if mosquito larvae are present and prevent them from hatching into adults. Larvicide comprises 80% of the work we do and is preventative in nature. We use a naturally occurring bacteria that only affects mosquito and black fly populations and has no deleterious effects for beneficial insects or organisms. If we're unable to control mosquitoes in the larval stage, district residents may call us to schedule an adulticide service. We use ultra-low volume applications to control flying mosquitoes after dusk. Many of our district residents request the service several times per season, but only pay the single assessment per year on the special line in their property taxes. So again, maybe the price of a cup of coffee for mosquito abatement district services for the entire year. Surveillance snapshot 2024 was a mild or typical year for mosquito abatement operations. Again, just the hits today. We had 20 West Nile virus positive sites producing 27 positive pools of disease-infected mosquitoes. We had 2 confirmed human cases of West Nile virus, both presenting as neuroinvasive. And neuroinvasive is defined as when the virus crosses the blood-brain barrier and causes inflammation to the brain, spinal cord, or the surrounding tissues. Encephalitis or meningitis, that's where you get that from. The good news from 2024 is that there were no recorded deaths from West Nile virus in 2024 in Ada County. The yellow dots on the map on the right of the slide are where the traps where West Nile virus was detected, and the green dots are all of our trapping locations.
Mr. Chair? Yeah. How do you know who gets the confirmed cases? Where do you get that information from?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, that information comes from the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. We report to them our findings whenever we have a West Nile positive. Of course, we report. They collect that information and produce a report at the end of every year. They take information from hospitals and doctors, and they get that. And of course, it's all confidential, but they do produce the numbers of how many neuroinvasive cases, how many West Nile virus cases, and that's for all the counties that have a mosquito abatement district and do reporting. For larvicide, we monitored over 63,000 active standing water sites with over 159,000 inspections and 90,000 treatments completed. All of these are significant increases over the 2023 results. Our UAS, that's Unmanned Aerial Systems program, has dramatically changed our larvicide operations. Not only have we increased the amount of acreage that we are treating, but we are also able to treat areas where we have historically not been able to access, and we're using less people to do it. And being able to use technology to interrupt mosquito life stages on a much larger scale has enabled our field technicians to focus on their assigned areas. In other words, we're not pulling crews from field assignments to perform UTV or ATV operations that might require a lot more manpower. in some cases a week or more. Ultimately, it means that we're able to monitor and treat all areas of the district more effectively, staying on top of hotspots and mitigating issues before they can develop into bigger problems. Again, 2024, much more typical year in terms of mosquito pressure and service delivery. We treated over 40,000 acres with our ground-based adulticide systems, translating to just over 1,000 public service requests and more than 700 internally driven requests as response to high mosquito trap counts or presence of disease. Most of our public requests came from Meridian, Eagle, and Boise. Operational efficiencies leveraged in 2024 include our UAS program expansion. As previously mentioned, we also made some strategic decisions around pesticide rotation and early season larvicide applications that we believed helped us reduce pressure during the peak season, and we stocked up on long-term residual larvicide products, that's those that are lasting 30 days or longer, treated problem areas and hotspots on a preventative and continuing basis, as opposed to treating with a more quickly dissipating product, only to have to visit sites multiple times throughout the year. We also gained some operational and administrative efficiency with our new software that helped us better document our surveillance operations, along with adding functionality and ease of use to our adulticide operations. Personnel request for the Mosquito Abatement District is $732,662. Including market rate adjustments for our administrative staff and special salary adjustments for our UAS pilots. Operating request is $1,017,544 with a small capital request of $15,746. Total request is $1,766,052, again matching the allocation. Fund balance for the district after current reservation is just over $2.3 million. We've also submitted a capital improvement project request for the development of our south parcel on the Meridian campus. We would like to build a shop for the storage and maintenance of our drones, of which we expect to purchase a couple more this year and next. And the expansion of this program will be a primary driver of our effectiveness in the coming years in mosquito abatement and noxious weed control. We also need space to park trailers, trucks, and equipment, along with paved parking for seasonal employees. We expect to pay up to about $3 million with fund balance. Hopefully would reserve the right to request one-time funding for any amount that exceeds our funding limitations from the board. Significant hazards of not building. We are, of course, when you deal with drones, you're dealing with lithium-ion batteries, and that can present a significant fire hazard for our facility. So we would like to make sure that when we build this building, we have that area for our charging stations and for our lithium-ion battery storage. Make sure that the fire suppression system is adequate for that and not put at risk the rest of our facility or our rinsate or even our lab right now. Sometimes we have chargers in our labs, charging stations. So we'd like to move that out of our current facility and into the UAS facility. We also need room for future program employee offices relating to mosquito abatement district expansion, and other possible ventures. So if the mosquito abatement district expansion goes forward, we're going to need a couple more offices for that and perhaps another venture. I'd like to touch on some of our agency outreach completed in 2024. We're working diligently to connect with our community and help educate folks about noxious weed, mosquito, and pest threats and mitigations. In this effort, we are finding new venues and events to attend. We continue to attend and support the Tobin Bolter Memorial Kids Duathlon, Open Streets Boise, which was formerly Goat Head Fest. We also host environmental science students at our facility, and we participated in the Ology Day at the Boise Downtown Teaching Farm, which helped educate high school students on biological sciences. We also provided several interviews to our local news channels and publications, along with active social media outreach, particularly concerning the communication of West Nile positive trap locations and protective actions folks can take to prevent infection. We created a video that describes our mosquito abatement district operations, along with the publication of noxious weed guide for our constituents. And with that, I would like to thank the board for your time and opportunity to present our budgets. I would stand for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay,
One
well,
question.
go ahead.
Owls. What's the status of the owl population in relation to our pests?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, I probably wouldn't be able to speak to owl population numbers. That's not my area of expertise. But I would say that the barn owl project has come along. It's been slow going, I admit. Building those relationships with the partners to be able to erect those owl boxes, get them put up in the right locations, and have folks that be able to monitor and maintain those owl boxes, clean them out, and even do research as to how much of that pest population those owls are consuming. That has all been kind of slow going, but we're really ready to get some owl boxes up and look forward to that. I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you. We appreciate your budget presentation, and we appreciate the work you're doing for the Ada County. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Almost there.
Katie.
Okay, next up we have Expo. Bob Batista is the director of Expo Idaho, and this is his 26th budget presentation. Expo Idaho is an enterprise fund, meaning they do not receive financial support from taxpayers, but rather are self-funded. Expo Idaho hosts year-round interim events while also putting on the annual Western Idaho Fair. Expo is located on the northwest corner of Chinden and Glenwood. The campus footprint consists of 240 acres that encompasses the 80,000 square foot Expo building and several other smaller buildings and barns, also including outdoor grandstand seating for 4,000 people, 4,500 parking spaces, and a 225-slip RV park next to the Boise River. Interim events consist of activities, shows, and gatherings that occur on the Expo Idaho property. There are approximately 175 interim events each year, including the Sportsman Show, Roadster Show, Flea Market, Ski Swap, Home and Garden Show, Health Fair, Dog Show, weddings, quinceañeras, the Boise Music Festival, and every 5 years, PLD. This year, Expo Idaho will put on their 129th Western Idaho Fair. This event promotes the Treasure Valley's heritage to agriculture, community education, and celebrates all that the Treasure Valley has to offer. The 10-day fair takes place each year on the third Friday of August with attendance of approximately 275,000 people, making it Idaho's largest event. New this year, the park at Expo Idaho, this amazingly futuristic park, is currently under construction and will be completed in 2026. Additionally, renovating the grandstands, the turf club, and pitch for the Pro Boise Soccer USL men and women's teams will start in March of 2026. So for Expo, they currently sit at revenue over expense by just over $23,000, requesting 4 new positions and 3 salary adjustments, all within their budget. So with that, I would like to introduce Bob. So you've got PDFs instead of a PowerPoint.
Yeah. So how do I change the slides?
You can just scroll,
I gotta use the scroll button,
or I think you could push the arrow.
push the arrow. I'm always difficult.
That's all right.
Well, welcome to the final budget presentation of the day. We waited for the best for the last.
Well, I appreciate that comment, and it is the 26 years of budget that I've been doing, and this will be the last. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank some people here at this time. Primarily my staff. They've been here for a long time with me. I think that most of the people in my group have been here in excess of 12 to 15 to 18 years. So we do have some turnover, but not a lot. I'd like to thank the Expo Idaho Board that here supports us and meets every day, or every month. As a matter of fact, we have a meeting that starts at 5:30 after this, so I'll try and be brief. But it is important that you understand our budget.
No, take your time.
I also want to thank all the elected officials and other department heads that participate and interact with our department. They truly are an asset to the Expo Idaho and the county. I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank our CEO, Steve Rutherford, who's been in our court, especially with these new projects going from day one. And lastly, but not leastly, is the Board of County Commissioners. You've been very kind to us. You've stood beside us. You've given us benefit of the doubt, and you've believed in us, and in particular me, and going forward with this soccer and trying to make the park what it is for the community. That's going to be an everlasting feature that is very important to the community. Oops, I gotta undo my paper clip here. As you can see, Expo Idaho's mission is to operate a self-sustaining, multi-purpose venue that hosts diverse year-round events, bringing people together to celebrate community, business, agriculture, and entertainment in the heart of the Treasure Valley. Let's see if I get this right, Katie. There, whoop, there we go. Okay, technology is not my bag. Why is it not going down one more, Katie? Let's try this.
I don't know. Use mouse. You can also click right there too.
Oh, we'll just roll it, okay. Our shared values are Expo Idaho is a valued community-oriented venue that serves the citizens of Ada County. Over the next 2 years, even more community members will be benefited by the grounds and activities at Expo Idaho. Our values are we're community-oriented, we believe in quality work, we have a high degree of integrity, the staff is very competent in what we do, and we're also very fiscally responsibility. We receive no taxpayer dollars, so that drives us even more so. Oops. Some of the highlights and accomplishments that we've had over the last year at Expo Idaho, we did 175 events at Expo Idaho. That equates to 700 plus event days. How you get to event days, you have an event, they do 3 different days, that gets you 3 days. Sometimes we have 5 or 6 events down there. That's 6 events, and depending on how many days they go, that gets you into event days. We had the groundbreaking for the park at Expo Idaho in December. We've had a profitable Western Idaho Fair last year and are looking to do the same this year. We have some new rooftop units that are put on all of our facilities there, and thank you kindly for seeing that need. Those were purchased with ARPA funds. We're in the process of rewiring our parking lot. We just did a bunch of LEDs out there, but we're in the process of rewiring that. And then after that, in the start of September, right after the fair, we're going to repave that parking lot. That parking lot has been there for probably 40 years. We just found an electrical box that was repaved over from the last go-around, and it took us forever to get there. We had a collapse of our stage during the winter months, and so we put a new cover on our garden stage. We've purchased some new event software, and we've did some new branding this year. Those are just a few pictures that show of the accomplishments you as commissioners and us as Expo Idaho have achieved. The one is the soccer, the one to the far right is the park, and then it's just general events and fair that we're showing you here. "2026 is going to be a transformative year ahead. At Expo Idaho, we're looking to still host over 700 event days, including the 10 days of the fair, which is the largest event in Idaho. Boise Pro Soccer will launch their inaugural season on the grounds of Expo Idaho beginning in spring of 2026. I have been in constant communication with Boise Pro Soccer, and they are exceeding right now 3,600 season ticket holders. That does not include anything that would be walk-up or day of. The last thing we have on here in our transformative year is the park at Expo Idaho. The development of the park at Expo Idaho will be in full swing, and we will meet that deadline in the end of December of '26. What an amazing project this is here, and I'm so happy to be part of it. Oop. Some key considerations for Expo Idaho and budgeting. We're an enterprise fund, which means we receive no tax dollars. And Expo Idaho reviews each budget line item annually for financials, sustainability, and for accountability. Sorry about that. Western Idaho Fair is also the 11th month of this fiscal year. The budget being presented to you today is before the up-and-coming 2025 fair. The other thing about this is the Western Idaho Fair is an outdoor event, so we're subject to weather that can either be beneficial or it can be a disaster for us. Revenue and profit. Historically, 65% of Expo Idaho's revenue is generated by the Western Idaho Fair. Currently, under this budget, 70% of Expo Idaho's profit is generated by interim events and 30% by fair. This is the first time in the history of interim events have contributed more profit to Expo Idaho than the fair. This is really critical and this is very important. What this means is, as we flop around from most of the revenue and profit coming from the fair, and now most of the profit and revenue comes from the expo, it means that when the fair has a bad weather year, where 3 or 4 days we have rain, or the heat drives us, or even the times when we've had the fire smokes come in, we are covering that event. We will have the ability through the interim events to make sure that the fair never has a problem. I shouldn't say never, that's a pretty dramatic statement, but we'll never have to really worry about coming to you and say we don't have enough money to put on the community event that we've been doing for 100+ years. So I think that's a very astounding accomplishment that we are working on. Capital projects must be budgeted even if they do not occur. We budget capital projects every year. If those capital projects become a point where we cannot fund them, it's just money we don't spend. But if we find that we can spend it, we have it in the budget. As an enterprise fund, we also are able to use fund balance when those situations occur. Under staffing, Expo Idaho will have an increase in staffing to service the needs of Boise Pro Soccer and to maintain the park at Expo Idaho. This is one I'm kind of proud of. For the first time in 25 years, a new director will be hired at Expo Idaho. That's a pretty big milestone, at least for me it is, for 25 years.
And you have a certificate to prove it.
Yeah. Yes, I do. Whoops, I keep getting this wrong. Okay, 2026 objectives. To endure a self-sustaining campus by maintaining fiscal responsibility while continuing the expansion of Expo Idaho campus. A couple of important things that we've somewhat touched on. Interim events, we still want to continue 175 events out there and or equal to 700 event days. The Western Idaho Fair, we want to keep on going the way we have been. We want to continue to improve on the attendance. As this community grows, we see that happening. But currently, we have about 260 people that attend the fair with about 15,000 exhibitors that come in. These exhibitors are a lot of local people that come in and show their wares, make this fair what it is. It's really the guts of the fair. It's not the carnival, it's not the entertainment. This is where the locals come out and show the rest of the people what they do and the crafts and skills that they have that they want to show. We also want to continue to have Boise River RV Park continue to have a 90% minimum occupancy at the park. The park at Expo Idaho. Support the whole park development team and ensuring the completion of the park by December of '26. I want to thank you guys for letting me be part of this team that Expo and Ada County has put together to work on the park. That includes Josh, that includes Bob Carney, that includes Scott Colbert, that includes Zach Kirk, and myself. It's an amazing experience to be able to be in those meetings and understand what this park contains, But not only that, the intricacy and how difficult it is to take a park that's in a floodway, build it, put all the amenities that you need to put up there, and at the end of the day, have something that's so special, nothing like it in the Northwest. And I want to say thank you and appreciate you having the forethought to use some ARPA money to make that park in a space that had been sitting vacant for almost 10 years. Boise Pro Soccer, assist Boise Pro Soccer's built and successful launch of their inaugural season in the spring of '26. This is another amazing project that we've all encountered on, and it's going to be something that this community is going to embrace, I think, exponentially. And it's been very much a part of me moving forward with trying to find ways to fill that extra space after you decided to get the park going. And thank you for believing in me that we could get that Boise Pro Soccer done. The last thing here on this page is the smooth succession. Ensure a smooth succession to a new director for the viability of the future success while the current director transforms to a part-time consulting contract, whatever. I thank you for allowing me to do this. I think it's real important that we continue what we're doing out there. I think it's real important that some of the institutional knowledge that I've been here for a couple days makes some sense to try and help. I also think that to get this soccer underway and get a couple of games under the belt to make sure that we've all agreed to what we were going to do gets done. And I'm looking forward to stepping back just a little bit and watching the new management come in and support the team wherever is possible. Some key metrics for us. As you can see, we're still looking to do 125 events. Our budget is up to 11 million, and our attendance at the fair is 260,000. Some of the little things that we really need to keep in mind, we're doing so much business out there that the weekends are almost getting full. We're having to shift our focus on trying to find events during the week when there's occupancy is available. So that's one of the things we're working. 90% occupancy rate at the RV park. We're going to launch Boise Pro Soccer. We have some capital projects that we think we are going to be able to fund based on the revenue streams that are coming in from both the fair and from interim events, which includes soccer. We're going to continue to secure our renewals, which are the people that have been doing business with us forever and a day. That would be like the News and the Roadster Show, the Sportsman Show, Boise Music Festival, stuff like that. We are also looking to have staff additions as we sustain growth in getting these two new pieces of soccer and the park out at Expo Idaho. I lost the word, but you're okay with that. 2026 revenue, anticipated 30% revenue growth year over year. You can see there's the interim and how we've grown over the last year. The actual is in the red from 24, budgeted in 25 is green, and budgeted 26 is the blue. The revenue from 25 to 26 is approximately $2,670,804. Our expenses, the personnel expenses, increased to pay for the support of the Boise Pro Soccer, preparation of the park at Expo Idaho, and the succession of the current director. Currently, the expenses from 25 to 26 operating, we're going to increase by $1,824,000. Personnel is going to increase by $673,000, and the capital is going to decrease by $3,286,000. For Expo Idaho, the revenue is going to increase by $2,133,465. This is going to come about in the form of increasing, we're going to try and increase our interim rentals that we have and also some of our incidentals. To that tune, the interim rental and incidentals increased by $96,000. We're also going to increase or we anticipate the increase in the revenue from the RV park by about $77,000. Currently, the RV park is 15% ahead of last year, in excess of $100,000. So we don't feel between those two different entities that we can't get to the point of making those goals possible. The other thing we have here is Boise Pro Soccer lease and parking for $160,000. That comes in the breakdown of $112,000 from rent that we are going to receive. That's only 9 months of rent, so it's not the full year. And then we're also going to receive some money for parking out there when they park during the soccer games of about $48,000. Boise Pro Soccer Food and Beverage. That's where we take in and sell. We sell the beer, we take in the money, we are the holder of the money. So we're anticipating $1,800,000 in sales over the course of the first season. That only incorporates about 17 games and seven concerts. They still have another 3 games and a possible couple more concerts that are going to be falling in the next year after October. And so this is a very conservative estimate. We sat down and played with this for quite a while. You know, we don't know what we don't know. But we sat down and looked off of the pro forma that Boise Soccer gave us. We looked at how we do business out there with our alcohol sales. And we figured we were better off to come in at a conservative revenue number than to sit there and try and get to a point where we think we got this dialed in, which we don't, because we don't know enough about it. The other side of this is this number does not include the turf club. We have no idea what the turf club's going to do. We don't know whether they're going to go 5 days. We don't know whether they're going to go 7 days. We don't know if they're going to just do 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We don't know. So we left that out of the equation, believing that we can still reach this $1.8 million. On the expense side, $1,334,093. On the expense side, we have a line item called special events, which takes care of most all of the events out there, which includes labor, product, supplies, and F&B. We're looking for a $106,000 increase, but that's not really a reflection of what is taking place. Last year, we did $617,000, which was above this year's budgeted number, which means in actuality that 106 is only about a $70,000 increase based on how far we went over the budget for this coming year with last year. Maintenance, the same type of a deal. Last year we came in at $856,000. We're asking for an increase of $166,200, but because we were over our budget last year and it exceeds this coming budget, we're actually only going to be in it for $126,000. We're just doing more events out there. We continue to grow. We continue to find, we're getting to a point where we're starting to turn business away on weekends because we just don't have any room. Under the Boise Pro Soccer Food and Beverage payout, per the revenue sharing program, we anticipate that the season we be paying out $875,000 to Boise Pro Soccer and that revenue sharing thing that we'd worked on. The expenses for Expo Idaho are going to be $60,000 in labor, $60,000 in security, and $115,000 in product and supplies. Again, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know how many places we're going to be serving. We don't know the hours that they're going to do. We know a soccer game takes 20 minutes. They take a 20-minute break and they play 20 minutes. So we're going to have to really capitalize on these revenue streams that we can. But at the end of the day, we do have an obligation to revenue share with Boise Pro Soccer. Oops. Fair. The fair revenue increase is $537,339. That's going to come from an admission increase that we're going to implement. I know, Commissioner Daley, you've been asking about raising prices. As an enterprise fund, it's a little easier for us to do. We look at this every year, and we've seemed to find that about every 4 to 5 years, You get into the situation, if you took and raised it a quarter every 4 years, it'd equal $1. We don't like to deal with quarters when we go out there and sell stuff. So we kind of wait till we get to a point where a $1 increase will make a difference for us. Some of that ticket increase that we're talking about is also related to the grandstand. The grandstand's going to take on a whole new scheme this next year because it's going to be on the pitch, and there's going to be some additional seating. There's going to be some additional ways that we can sell premium seats, which will come to add to that bottom line, because when you purchase a ticket for a grandstand show, you also includes a ticket that gets you into the gate. So if we were ever to have a problem, like the show has to cancel, we would still get, if you came out there, we would still get your admission price, but we would refund your concert ticket. We're also looking to increase the carnival wristbands, $5 on the weekends. We've talked about that. Some of that's going to be a carryover from this year because it was introduced this year, but when we did the budget last year, that was not considered. I think this is going to hopefully drive a few people to the middle of the week, but the people that ride the carnival rides are kids, and they want to be around kids, and most of those kids are available to do stuff on weekends. I think we're not going to get a lot of shift to go over to the weekdays, and we're just going to increase the amount of money, because I can tell you, when you get out there and you want to pay and you're here with your family, your friends and so forth, you're not going to walk out the gate because you want to pay $5 or an extra buck to get in the gate. We're looking at some commercial vendor increases. We haven't increased those in probably 5 years again. We try and keep up with that. A lot of times they just use the CPI and carry it forward for a couple of years, so the increase is not overly burdened, but it's substantial where you're not increasing it 25 cents like I was talking to every year we come around. And then we're looking for some growth in our concession business. We see people are loving to go out and eating food. You've seen the food prices and what they are. That means typically that the vendors are going to increase their price, so we're hoping for some growth there. And we're going to increase the reserve seating at the grandstand. I think we have an opportunity, as you've all kind of experienced with us, as we raise the prices and have some reserve seating, some box seating, and now we have some pit seating. I really feel that in the next year that can change. In particularly, they're going to open up the windows up in the turf club, and I think those are real premium seats that we can sell that we've never had a chance to sell before. So we see that as some of the increases in the revenue of the $537,000. On the expense side of fare, $490,000. One of the biggest expense in some of those line items is the entertainment costs. I've been doing this for quite a time now, and as we increase the seating capacity, as we increase the premium seating out there, that is a reflection of the artists. You can't take a $50,000 artist to come in there and expect to pay a $50 ticket. It just doesn't happen. So what I've done is I've put in some extra money for artists so that we can get to a point that if you want to, we can bring in some bigger name artists and try and sell that. But in the meantime, we will then get some additional money for the premium seats that we'll offer. That also includes some production. We have not seen the production in the turf club, in the pitch out there on that asphalt. So we don't know if we have the same amount of production that we need, which is sound and lights, or if there's something additional we need to add. There's also a situation where we got the AstroTurf down there that we're going to have to be responsible for covering that so that the pitch doesn't get all beat up. I know that they're purchasing a cover for that, but we've never got to the point of we don't know, is whether or not that's something they're going to put down or we're going to put down. I have a true belief that it's going to be our responsibility to do so. And as you talk about all that, that's all about labor. That's just all about labor. So the labor is going to increase as well. With those extra seating out there, we're going to need a few more ushers to sit there and help people get to their seats. The marketing increase costs of $25,000. It's just doing business. Things are going up. We're going to have some little bit of changes. The grandstand's going to look a little different. We just feel that we need to make more communication to those folks. Our maintenance department here, which is utilities, supplies, repairs, and labor, We're going to increase that by $117,000. Last year, we were in at 5. That doesn't seem right. My numbers are off. Anyways, looking at that, the comma's in the wrong spot. Terrible error, right, Clint, or there, Trent? Yeah. Long story short is the maintenance, this is all about keeping the fairgrounds clean. I am absolutely adamant that this fairgrounds is clean. I'm absolutely adamant that the bathrooms are clean. I'm absolutely adamant that we take care of that facility so that people walk in there. You know, when I first came here, we used to wade through the garbages up and down the aisles. We don't do that any longer. We've gotten to the point where we put the garbage cans right in the middle of the road, and people that don't throw it in the garbage can are almost embarrassed because everybody else does it. The last couple items I have on here is the fair superintendents and the premium department. That's a dying breed. You have a hard time finding people that are going to spend their summer to make very little money, find help to do that, and set up your horticulture department, to set up your flower department, to set up your fine arts department. Those people are aging out, and we need to try and locate people that can come in and do that. And the only way that seemingly has any validity to it, other than you're passionate for doing this, is money. And so we're looking to maybe help out with that. The last item is the food and beverage cost increase. It's just costing more to do business. That's all it is. You've seen the food prices that we have going on, so that's kind of where we're at. Oops. No, there we go. The request for expenses is in personnel. We have a total of $2,229,000. Operating, $7,589,000, and capital, $1,568,000. Our improvement request or capital request we're talking about, we're going to get after that pole bar again. We're going to get that thing built. We're working a little bit ahead of the schedule right now to try and see if we can take care of some of the stuff in this year's fiscal budget. We're also looking to add and replace cameras, security cameras. We're getting this parking lot done with all the new lights. We're going to, with all the parking that's going to be taking place out in there with soccer, our existing renters and everything, we feel that we need some cameras out there to monitor that. We also feel we need a few cameras in the back by our shop area. That's going to be where the new parking lot for the skate park's going to be. And that road up and down backstretch, which has never had a lot of traffic going up and down, and I do believe that we're going to have quite a bit more based on the skate park and the amenities that are offered with that. The other thing we're looking to do is the bathrooms. We got bathrooms in there that have stalls that are falling apart, and it's time that we go back in there for all of our renters that come there and pay their money to be able to give them a stall and a bathroom situation that's very comfortable. So we're looking to replace those. One of the other items we're looking at is to paint the exterior of the buildings. It's always time for a refresh. A new look doesn't hurt, and we feel that the timing is going to be perfect because the grandstand's going to take on a whole nother color, the turf club's going to take on a whole nother color, and I think it's time to give us a refresh. And then lastly, in the equipment side, we're always in need for tables, chairs, software, computers. That's just the nature of doing business. The new positions that we're asking for is the parks grounds lead, which we hope to find some arborist skills in there. We're going to start planting the park in November, and I think if we can get this person on board shortly after the new fiscal year starts, that they can be a very big asset to understanding the trees. When you have 800 trees, that's a pretty big investment. They'll probably have some horticulture skills, landscaping skills. Anyways, we're trying to roll in that into all of something that we can find a lead person to take care of. We're also asking for a security parking supervisor. As we take on more events, as we take on the soccers, they have 800 spots in there. We got to make sure we can provide those 800 spots. We also have to make sure that they don't take any more than 800 spots. We also have to be able to make sure that the clients that are currently we're taking care of that are losing some of that space need to know that they go to the south or the west lot over there, and we can get them in through there. We're going to have to do a little bit of fencing work here as we get down the road so that the people in the west lot can get up to the front of the Expo building and the main gate to get in and pay as we take on Boise soccer. We're also going to need a food and beverage supervisor. This person will be housed in the turf club as they do day-to-day operations up there, as they do the 20-some games that they do, and as they do the concerts. We need somebody there full-time to help manage that. So when fair time comes, they just stay there and we keep going our thing. So it's a critical role that we have there. Lastly, on the new positions, we're double filling the director's position. With the new one coming on and with me moving on as a consultant or on a part-time basis, we've been suggested, or I've been required to put in a double fill, if you will. Some adjustments that we're looking to do, a maintenance tech facility specialist lead. We have currently have a person we believe will be moving into that role as our operations manager now takes on the park and takes on Expo Idaho and has something occasionally to do with soccer. We need to have a person that can take the lead in the park and a lead that can take care of Expo Idaho so that we don't lose any ground in making sure all of the clients get serviced the way they need to be serviced. The maintenance facility tech specialist, it's vacant at the current time. We've asked HR to come and help us and see if there's any adjustments that we were doing compared to what operations does with their maintenance, what the parks does with their maintenance. We are now got that position up to speed, and we will be looking to replace, or not replace that, but to hire that position. "25 years ago, there was a couple of handsome men right there."
Didn't know the fair could be so rough on a person.
Excuse me, Tim? Is that experience or what?
You know it.
Yeah, I was a lot younger then. I'm still handsome as hell, so we'll move on. But I would like to sit there and take a look at the 25 years ago. So I'm pretty proud of this. If you take a look at Expo Idaho, when I first came and did my first budget 26 years ago, Expo Idaho had $695,000 budgeted for interim events. I know when I first came here, they said, your goal, Bob, is to increase Expo Idaho and the interim events. I happen to come from a couple places that we did a lot of events where we were 75% of the revenue came from interim and 25 came from fair. You can see today that Expo Idaho is over $5 million. That's a 700% increase. If you look at the Western Idaho Fair, we were at $3,187,000. We're now at $6,300,000. That's over a 100% increase. Just a couple other things for facts. In the 24 years, because we used 24 because COVID didn't count. We have done over $11.5 million in capital improvements. That's just under $500,000 a year. If you look at our revenue stream, we are about 100% ahead of that. So on top of that, I've been through 19 county commissioners. I've been through 41 Expo Idaho board members, and I've been through 19 Parks Department board members because I ran the Parks Department at the same time I ran the fair and Expo Idaho from 2007 to 2012. So we've been doing a few things around here, and I'm very proud and I'm very thankful that Ada County has been good to me. It's been a wonderful opportunity for me, and I really appreciate it. That's the transformation for 26. That's our budget that you have before you. I have one last slide here that I think is probably most appropriate. It's been a hell of a ride, people, and I got to thank you all. It's been a pleasure to be an employee of Ada County. I have a little bit of time left, and I will make the best of it, and I will make sure that what we started will continue to do what it's doing this day. And I think that we've done a hell of a job out there. So with all of that, we're not too far behind, but I'll stand for questions.
Well, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Appreciate your leadership. You've been an admirable employee of the county. I think a lot of our department heads look to you for leadership, and certainly I have looked to you for leadership, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for those kind words.
Yeah, you've been very.
I get a little choked up.
Well, yeah. Well, it's not too often you can say you've spent 25 years in retiring and left the legacy that you have, because you've left a legacy, and the park will demonstrate that, and the soccer, everything there. Anyway, go ahead.
I would hear to what he said. The legacy is left, and it will continue, and it will be there for a long time for what you've done. So thank you. Thank you for
We're very proud we're going out on top, and I'm leaving you guys with a very solvent department, and it's nothing but going to get better based on these last two components that we've added to there.
Absolutely.
It's a bittersweet time right now for me, folks. I've told some other people that if this was 5 years ago, I'd be ready to really take after this. But it's, at some point, my old boss used to say, there's a shelf life for everything and everybody. And I think my shelf life is coming.
Well, you've had a significant impact. We couldn't have done the things that we're doing out there now without your leadership, and I certainly appreciate it for myself. Anyway, did you want to say anything?
Well, just, I think of what you're leaving the community of Ada County, this treasure that's just about to become, probably the greatest destination in the whole county and probably most of the state. And, when you come on as an elected official, it's such a benefit to have people that are just operating at such a high level that just makes your life easy. You do all the work and we get to take all the credit for you. So
I'm okay with that.
So am I. I'm just so happy that you've helped get the property and the expo to where it's just going to be this world-class facility, because you think of all these other governments around the country, and we're always thinking of California and just big boondoggles they get into, and they get these just pits that are sucking taxpayer dollars, and nothing ever gets built, and it's just decades go by. I mean, California, they're spending billions of dollars on a train that they can't even build. And it was obviously a little scary having that big, abandoned horse track for so many years. And we were just, I guess, right place, right time, right leadership with you to be able to transform that. And I think that's just going to elevate the whole county, because, I mean, we all remember the Boise Hole downtown where they couldn't build a building forever. Yeah. And I think people drive by that and look at it, and it's just a little bit depressing. And people don't even think about it, but it takes your mood down a little bit to have that kind of a blight. And probably people driving by looking at the horse track, oh, I remember horses there, and it's just weeds growing now. And finally, we're going to just be able to elevate everybody's mood, the whole community's mood, by having this jewel on Ada County property. So thank you for getting us there.
And thank you a lot for your support. I can do two things and I'll be done. One is that there was a day when we were looking at, and it wasn't too long ago, that place was maybe going to be something different than it was. I worked very hard all around the fringes to make sure that wasn't going to happen. This was my goal, to see that this master plan, this piece of property, when I left, was going to be something that everybody could use and enjoy over the course of centuries. The other thing I want to let you know is I've been getting a call from Santa Rosa in Sonoma County, California. Horse racing in California is in a lot of trouble right now. And I got a call from their manager that's heard what we're doing with soccer and our grandstand at our horse track, and they want to mirror that. I don't know if I've started a trend for horse racing tracks, but if I have, that's one option that people can do, and I think it's a viable option that will continue to let your property be used and make some money off of. With that, thank you, Commissioners, kindly.
Yeah, well, thank you, Bob, and again, your leadership has benefited this county for decades, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it has been a hell of a ride, and it's all good.
Yeah, thank you. Right. We are adjourned until 9 o'clock in the morning.